Woo.
Can you hear the game? No. Why does it do that all the time? Come on. There we go. Hello, everybody. Croissant. Thank you for the croissant. Sparkly, obviously a sleeper agent. Triggered by the croissant. Someone wants to be in the timeout corner real bad. I mean, Lucas, the poll has answered. The people have been heard. just to take some context, Lucas, I'm allowed to talk about the context with the tabs, right? I'm allowed, right? It's not. It's okay, right? I can tell them, right? I'd love so hard if Tiki modded me just to make it so you couldn't. That would be very funny. Unfortunately, I am not very funny as a person. Okay, controller works. Well, that's a lie. Comedy. So for context for the poll, right before stream, I don't remember what was the trigger for that conversation, but Lucas showed me how Firefox looked as a browser because I use Brave. He uses Firefox, right? And he wanted to show me what it looks like because I was telling him that back when I used Firefox, it was like 10 years ago. It looked like trash. It looked very bad, so I never used it again, contrarily to other browsers. So he showed me, and all the bookmarks had the logo for when there was no logo found. And it triggers me so bad. So I asked him, why did I not have logos? Disk got pew-pewed or something, I don't know, crashed, lost all the icons, and he would need, oh my god, imagine the work to click back on them each once. Oh no. So I told him to do it, to click on each of them to bring them back. And I called him Piss Boy. I don't know why. It just makes me... It just funny to me. What does Piss Boy mean? He just needs to open the bookmark once, but there is a browser extension to catch the 5 icons again. Have that problem every Windows reinstall too. You don't even know why. I mean, do you remember Monkey? Do you remember why Monkey? Because I don't. But I remember Monkey. Never forget Monkey. Never forget. I did not forget. But yeah, I don't know why. I hate it here. You love it here. This is home. It's a love-hate relationship, very toxic, very friendly, very friend-like. If you don't hate your best friend a little bit, are you guys really friends? More love than hate. I mean, he comes to the stream every day. Either he likes being hated on, or... I mean, that would confirm my theory that every German boy is a little submissive. Just take a look what you did with Shadow. I mean, it's somewhere around here. Right. Zero, do you approve? You're like a not outside party. What's Can you confirm? Is it really toxic if it's only with you? Ah, I'm never submissive. Would you be the exception that confirms the rule? Would you say? I'm butting heads whenever I can with everyone. Do you butt heads more with people you like? Yeah, I'm kind of regarded as an asshole. That's just called being a brat. Ah, and Shadow knows, because Shadow is a brat tamer. As we've seen last time. Real recognizes real. Oh shit, actually didn't realize Tiggy modded me. You dumbass! Oh my god. Oh my god. genuinely thought you saw it, and you were like, Well, that's not a joke, because you done it for real." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm really funny." No, dude, just remember that story of the dentist lady that you told to mount you? Wait, I have a vague memory of this. What? What was that about already? Oh, Zero, you need to tell us again. I was getting out of bed and getting dressed. Ooh, do you have somewhere to go? People go outside nowadays? I don't believe it. This has been a very chaotic start of a stream, don't you agree? We need to get that out of the way, because then there is more reading. Like, there's only reading, actually. No, I'm gremlin, I never leave. So you get dressed still? Oh man. Small lady wasn't able to pull a tooth, so he allowed her to get into a better position to get better leverage. For the tooth, obviously, the tooth. Remember. You're just like my mother. Whenever I put on clothes, she gets excited and thinks I'm going somewhere. I'm very mother-like in some ways. And my mother used to do that, so obviously, her being my mother means I look a little like her, or at least I act a little like her. There is no escape. There is no escape. I have come to appreciate that, actually. My fam's the same. It's so cute, though, if you think about it. You got all pretty. Where are you going? Nowhere. Oh. It's like comedy every day. Isn't this cute, though? It's cute. I think that's telling us more about ourselves, never leaving the house. Oh, I never leave the house. I need to leave tomorrow. I need to get some cat food. I don't want to. I send salmon each time I get. I get my daily dose of sun when I go on my balcony. Why would I need to go elsewhere, truly? Yeah, but that's different. Dentist lady was a hot Asian woman. Of course she was allowed to climb onto me. Holy! Holy! Why should I leave? It's dangerous out there. Exactly. Exactly. What is this sun you speak of? Ah, salmon? I might be pronouncing it super fast. Do you mean salmon? Or dude, yeah. He'll never recover. No, I was making a joke about the sun. Oh, the sun. Yeah, we don't know about her. We don't know. We just see her when we haven't gone to bed yet, and she greets us, and that's it. Believe me, I could not enjoy the experience. Getting 3 tooth pulled with all her force was not a happy experience. I can relate. Haven't had 3 but 2 taken out. Wasn't a good experience. However, it might have been better if I was mounted by a hot Asian lady. I won't lie to you. Submissive but not masochist. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would have appreciated that better. Oh my god, I remember my dentist when I was in Morocco. The dude was just a bro. He was not a dentist. He was a friend that just happened to know how to take out teeth. And he was doing some examination because I had braces for like 3 years or something. He was doing something with my braces. And I think he just installed them and he wanted to check when I got my teeth closed, right? So jaw clenched or something. I don't exactly know, but he had his finger in my mouth. So I was like, I can't talk. Obviously, he has his finger in my mouth, but he still wants me to bite. So I bite, and I bite onto his finger. Dude, your instructions are not clear. That's not my fault. So I bite. And he slapped me. Because apparently, when he tells me to bite, I'm not supposed to bite. Instructions unclear, bit the finger, got slapped. Instruction unclear, dentist now missing finger. He doesn't need them. I live in a basement when the sun is out. All I see is 2 points on one of my walls. I'm glad I don't live in a basement. I'm sorry. If you're happy with it, good. I could not. I need to see the sun. Yeah, maybe he was kinky. You know, maybe he wanted to live a fantasy and then he realized, no, this is a professional setting. And somehow I get slapped. Anyway, he was a very nice dentist first, and also I was not nervous around him. And now I'm pretty sure I kind of traumatized my current dentist. Because I'm weird compared to other patients that go to the dentist. Because everybody that goes to the dentist is very, very nervous. So am I. But what do I do when I'm nervous? I joke around. And they're not used to that, apparently. They're used to tears, they're used to fighting, they're not used to the jester. So now, every time I see her, she's kind of... like, she's on her toes, somehow. Like, you can tell she's expecting something, but I didn't realize it was, like, the antics of Tiggy. Until she told me at some point, because she made me bite. I had one tooth that needed to be not filled, but like they made an imprint of my tooth, and they made another like prosthetic that she needed to glue on. But she needed to isolate that tooth, and she put a sort of rubber fabric, like a rubber sheet, really, to isolate my teeth. And I just made a comment because my mouth was full of that silicone sheet, right? I made a comment. I was like, oh, it tastes minty. I kind of like it. And she looked at me weird. She looked at me very, very weird. She was like, you're the first to ever make a comment like that. And I was like, but it is minty. Like, if I could buy that sheet just to munch on, I would. They made a mold with that... with what are called dams. I mean, she did sculpt it. I think she put a sort of paste on my tooth and made me bite and then sculpted around it. Sent it to a lab to have it made in a different type of material. And then she needed to install it after. Since doctor stuff sucks anyway, I always ask if they have some apprentices currently who want to gain experience. They can use me for what normally, especially at my normal general doc, they are always happy when they are allowed to use needles for the first time. Ah, that's very nice of you. No, why did I think you said meaty and not minty? Ew. The meaty silicone sheets. Maybe that's what she thought too. No, it's very different in French. Like mint and meat, very different. You cannot mistake them. Ooh, I was surprised last time I got a vaccine. It was a vaccine, yeah. Because she used the flying needle technique. Like she flicked the needle to get in my skin and then inserted the liquid or something. I knew about the technique, but that's the first time I saw it. It was so cool. No, I meant the rubbery fabric. They're called dams. Dams? I don't know exactly how they're spelled, but they're all spelled the same. Okay. All I remembered from that is that it was blue. It tasted like mint slightly. And the hole where my tooth was supposed to go in was super tiny, but they expand it a lot. They stretch it a lot. As long as they do not use the darts technique, I'm fine. Oh yeah, me too. Oh, don't be scared. It feels good. Oh, stop that. Y'all are too horny for me. I'm talking about the dentist. We haven't even shown the horny. Not you, except for your Asian lady that mounted you. But do not... The Tiki way, she gave a duck PTSD with just a finger. No, 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 no. With jokes. The other guy that I bit, he was fine. I think he's used to it. I'm hungry, not horny. Okay, hold on. I can't stand typing in MudView on mobile. Do you want me to unmod you? I can't have food. You can't? Not available or something else? That music is turning me crazy. Lucas, shut up. Yes, to unmod Shadow, you type lead mod Lucas. Yeah, sure, sure. According to Lucas. You can't have food? I'm lost. The music, the jokes, who am I talking about? I'm lost. I mean, I can unmod myself. Oh my god, the self-sacrifice. Don't kill yourself. As a mod on Twitch, not in real life. It was intended just for the gag, but if you want me to actually be a mod, I'd be willing to. I mean, you can unmod yourself anytime. I think Lucas and Sparkly are doing a fine job. If you want to stay a mod, just don't abuse your mod privileges, that's all. And if you feel like you don't want to do it, unmod yourself, no problem for me. We're talking about biting meat. You can't just inject, I am hungry. My little sis did that once too. Poor dude needed to go to the hospital. What did your little sis do? Bit a finger? I never sent someone to the hospital. I don't think so. Yes? Oh my god. Little sis bit the meat. Stop it. Oh, I can guarantee you that Lucas is 1,000 more likely to abuse mod powers than I am. So far, he hasn't. He keeps threatening, but he hasn't done so. Her bracers cut the finger badly. Ah! It says you can't time out a mod. Ah! See it more as a gift of immunity from Lucas. Less of mod's responsibility, but at least you're safe from Lucas. Let's load the game, or at least do something. Is there music in here? It's turning me crazy. What do I need to do to get that green hammer? You would need to not be you. This is horrible. That's why the joke is funny. Want a shoulder massage? Some of my cinnamon rolls. A cheat sheet for this game? No! Let me play the game. I want a cuckoo clock. That's what I want. I want a cuckoo clock. So what happened last time? So many things. So many things. So Minorikawa is why? Why the cuckoo clock? Because I like them. They're cute. They're annoying after a day. Maybe, but they're cool. I'm pretty sure the sound they would make throughout the day would soothe me to sleep. Barbecue brisket sounds delicious right now. Minorikawa is a reporter. Kano is a junior detective. Achi is an unemployed garbage man with a heart of gold. Tama is best girl, poor worker who is stuck in that suit. Osawa is a scientist in virology. Something about virus. I've never been a fan of brisket. I'm not a fan of meat that is not minced, I will say. The others, they take too much to chew on with my my income, the type of meat that I can buy. They take like 100 years to chew on, and by that time, I'm already barfing. Time chart. Keep out, Achi. To be continued, so that's over. Oh, we were at Minorikawa, actually. So let's continue on Orikawa. By the way, I baked those cinnamon rolls with my friends, and that one girl who was part of it, with all the messy glazing. Oh no. Covering her fingers, I was holding back so hard to not comment on that. Yeah, if you want to keep her as a friend. You'd like well-made brisket. It's meant to fall apart in your mouth and not needing to be chewed. Yeah, I know the type of... I know there are some good type of meats, especially if you know how to cook them, that would be good for me. However, I am not in the range of income to get good meats, and I don't know how to cook it correctly, and I don't have access to a barbecue either. It's not allowed here. Lucas, you're a predator in the making. Don't hesitate to tell me about the sound also. If you were not here yesterday, this is just reading. It's a visual novel. Minorikawa had gotten enough of a story to put an article together, so he decided to hurry to a coffee shop and get started on some copy. He was making his way down along the Genzaka when his cell phone rang. The incoming call display showed Chiaki's name. Chiaki being the person that has social anxiety. But who was the only one that could answer in time. I meant to ask how you were feeling today. My throat feels good. That's why I'm playing the game, don't worry, but yeah. Valid, though just saying most of the time Americans say barbecue, it's more of a flavor profile than a preparation method. Yeah, but I like barbecues, like the cooking type, not the taste. I do like the taste too, but I just like the taste of grilled meat. Chiaki, what's going on? Oh, it's no use. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. What's no use? I can't do this. I just can't talk to people passing by on the street. What? Why not? It's just that everyone seems to be busy when they're walking past. If I try to interrupt them, they're gonna be all mad at me. Well, who the hell cares if they get mad? Minorikawa was ready to start ripping his hair out. I don't want them to be mad at me. She whimpers again. Well, this wasn't about what she wanted, was it? She was supposed to be working, not whining. Look, Chiaki, you need to get me those interviews, period. Do I make myself clear? He hung up before she could squeeze in an objection. Objection! Damn it, Minorikawa muttered. Just what I needed. One more thing to worry about. He pulled out his hair a few times, then cast his worried gaze in the direction of Shibuya Station. Shibuya! Gonna... This game is... Ooh. I had 2 minutes of reading left on this. Ah. So what was that about? Aika is alive? Ooh. Is she now? She's talking by herself. I can't even see the debug output. What the fuck is happening? Hey, don't you dare make an AI that breaches containment, okay? Especially not Aika, please. Anything but. Cars drifted on by, one after the other, but I saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Achi began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then... And then... Hitomi, look! There it was. Fuck, what do I need to do for this one? Oh, keep out? But where? This one is finished. This one is finished. Ah, maybe we didn't finish Osawa. We didn't? Time to first shut down and load the previous data. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. There is something I want to show you. Could you come in here? He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Is that from after, or is he just showing him the pictures? Because we've seen that. Was looking up cuckoo clocks. Turns out they are all Quar's clockworks. Fucking cheaters. What do you mean? Why are you actually looking at cuckoo clocks? Do you want that leader mod option so bad? Osawa opened the door the moment Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. What's this about, sir? This. But we've seen that, no? Yeah, we saw that. Why is this not to be continued like the others? Are you asking about what I think you're asking about? Don't worry, I won't trouble you. Yeah, we were wondering what that was about, because we don't know what's troubling him. The Ebola virus, right? Maybe here? He's wondering what would happen, what the virus could think about, if they could. That he's not feeling particularly responsible for people, he just plays around with the virus. Another email. Oh, wait, that's different. He was just happy for the chance to play around with the UA day after day. UA being the virus that has a 100% death rate. Another email arrived in his inbox. Osawa furrowed his brow as he scanned the message. Emergency alert. Come to Heaven Publishing ASAP. If not, someone is going to die. Minoru Minorikawa. So they knew each other. Oh, that's so cool. Heaven Publishing? Minoru Minorikawa? Osawa wasn't familiar with either of those names. He wondered if it was related to the mysterious emails he'd received earlier. Or maybe the sender had some information about the kidnapping? The fact that the message had been signed with a real name instead of a pseudonym, along with its obvious urgency, certainly gave it an air of truth. And the words, "someone is going to die," filled him with a wave of panic. Maria. I can't. I keep thinking about Shadow the Hedgehog. Maria. There was no time to waste. In a rush, he found directions to Heaven Publishing on his computer, then slipped out of the house. Ooh. It took a good while to find his way to the multi-tenant building. The signs in front showed that Heaven Publishing occupied the third and fourth floor. What's a damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Sonic the Hedgehog is a piss baby. Dickhead. He pissed on my wife. I love this. Skipping a duty and going straight for Sonic. What is the correlation? What is the correlation? What could be the correlation? I don't understand. You're a beta male, Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker. He pissed on my wife. uh, who posted my nudes on Twitter.com? Love this meme. Ironically, Shadow the Hedgehog is where I got the first half of my username. Ah, is it actually from him? You know that it changes my mental image of you. I have a mental image of you guys depending on your usernames. You know that, right? By the way, every time you heard me say I'm back in the fucking building again, it is a reference to this. I can't get that out of my head. Every time something happens again and again, I'm back in the fucking building again. That's Robotnik. Osawa took the elevator to the third floor. He peeked inside the offices, there only to find the entire place empty. The fourth floor was likewise deserted. Mhm. Does he think it's to him? Will he think it's like for him? Because nobody else is around. There was a rope dangling from the ceiling, tied off into a noose. It all seemed rather sinister, but Osawa had no idea what it meant. He waited a good 30 minutes, anxious the whole time. The half hour turned to an hour, and then to two. Dude, leave! Yes, I came up with my handle back in high school, and my friend group and I all designated ourselves with different characters from fiction. And in the Sonic universe, I was Shadow. Wow. It seemed that no one was going to turn up. Osawa headed back to the third floor. He decided to wait there for one more hour. But now he was committed. The extra hour turned into two. Dude, leave! Exhausted, he dozed off in his chair. And when he came to, it was close to sundown. Sunset already? He gazed out the window, the haze of sleep still clinging to his mind. He had the feeling he was forgetting something important, but the sight of the sun quietly setting over the cityscape made the crisis of life feel strangely distant. He forgot his daughter. The time of peace and quiet he had longed for was right here. Escape from reality. A mysterious email told Osawa to go to Heaven Publishing, but there was nobody there. This email was sent by Minorikawa, of course. At around 11:30, he blasted out an email to all the reporters he knew, but in his hurry, he screwed up one of the addresses, which coincidentally delivered a copy of the message to Osawa. Obviously, this would never have happened if Minorikawa hadn't rushed out that email. Oh. Then, when we wanted to make a band, I was trying to come up with my stage name and saw a tree and came up with Shadowbark. But then, when I started using Twitch, I joined the stream and the streamer barked at me like a dog. So that became what bark was for instead of tree bark. I see he did forget his daughter. He forgot about everything. Your username story is hilarious. Was it 11:30? 11:30 for Minorikawa? Who to ask? He decided to call up Chiaki. But I chose that one. Surely he would have taken the time. Listen, I mean, yeah, he should not email them. The most ironic part is that I'm born in the year of the dog and I'm very char- characteristically dog-like. In what way? Shadow, this changes my perspective so bad. Imagine Shadow the Hedgehog on all fours just barking at a tree bark. Let's call up Chiaki. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. Minorikawa decided to call up Chiaki. The phone rang several times before a sleepy voice finally answered. Well, hello? I had that though. Chiaki, hi, it's Minorikawa. Are you free today? Huh? What? She seemed thrown by the abrupt question. Did you just wake up? Huh? No, I mean, well, yeah. Good morning. Her voice still sounded half asleep. So then I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today, as usual. Pretty much. No work, no money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. If I'm not awake, I can't dwell on how hungry I am. She didn't sound well, almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I've got work for you. I'm over at 4-Star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP. What? You really mean it? That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Minorikawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. If I ever decide to really get back into streaming and making an intro video, I'm actually making Shadow on all fours barking at a tree. You must. You must. First, I want you to take a look around Shibuya for this group of vigilante types. By vigilantes, you mean people who have volunteered to help prevent crime? There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they've turned into a nasty street gang. Did you say street gang? Nah, no way, absolutely not. Minorikawa could almost see her shaking in her head on the other end of the line. What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something? He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former for that matter, but still he understood her concern. Alright, I hear you, he said. Then how about you go hang around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? Street interviews? There was a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah, just talk to normal, regular people walking around outside the train station. That should be fine, yeah? But Mr. Mino, street interview... Blah, blah, blah. We've seen that happen. Just waiting for the next, choice, supposedly. I tried streaming for 5 days and it was cute, but I can't be a streamer. Oh, Sir Lucas. Of course it's come to this. Let's wait until the next crossroads when he decides where to go. Okay. Time chart. We go back to Osawa. Wait, what? To be continued. Hysterical eye? Where was this? Why it wasn't there? I didn't start there last time. Wait, that's so weird. Is there another one? I'm confused. Where did I... That's a to be continued. To be continued. To be continued. What about here? What was it? Ah, that's where I was. Why did I start back there? I'm so confused where I am. Yeah, I'm so confused. You know what's weird? This one doesn't have any missing stuff. This one has some of them, yeah. But what's the keep out? It doesn't want to leave. Ah, that means somewhere I should be able to go back to Achi, but where? To be continued means no. But they're all to be continued. Ah, shit. It should be at 11:50. Maybe here? So it wasn't the email with me Noikawa? I can't go. I don't remember. I can't go back to that choice. Osawa said nothing. By now he was accustomed to Ai's coldness toward the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who'd passed away 15 years ago. I had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. Well, I continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? She glared pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. Stop dodging the question. Answer me. Yes, of course, Kajiwara squeaked. Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down? Doesn't seem like it's doing anything. Yeah, that doesn't change anything. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear. I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Doesn't seem to be here. Yeah, that doesn't change anything. Ah, there it is. Sorry. His son, right. He talked about his son. Finally. Huzzah, progress. There it was. The blue van. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Archie couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He'd been right, the crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Archie said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed toward the van. Hold on, I said wait! She wasn't slowing down. Archie caught hold of her arm. Wait! This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have to go help her. Archie knew full well what it was like to be impulsive, but this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here. Oh. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I was gonna take a look first. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some random guy comes snooping around? Oh, yeah, you got a point. Archie thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. What if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Hey, look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Let's go together then. Does that work for you? Ah, I think it's better. I think she has a point. And if we go first and we leave her be, she's at risk because we're not with her anymore. If we go together, both of us are here. Okay, let's go together then. Does that work for you? Please, we have no idea who or what we might run into. Hitomi gave a slight nod. Alright, she said. But let me go first and you follow, okay? Got it, Achi replied. Not exactly what I was expecting. Achi waited as Hitomi started walking, then followed her at a distance so it wouldn't look like they were together. She headed straight for the van. Two men got out of the car, neither of them Japanese. Achi picked up his pace in case he needed to close the distance fast. One of the men approached Hitomi and said something to her. She gave an affirming nod. Of course. Suddenly, the two men grabbed her from either side. They dragged her to the van and shoved her in the back seat. Achi broke into a sprint. Of course it was a trap. He couldn't guess what their whole plan was, but kidnapping Hitomi was obviously part of it. But before he could reach the vehicle, the doors slid shut. The van sped off an instant later. Achi raced after it. He ran as hard as he could, thinking of nothing else. He couldn't give up now. Couldn't let things end like this. He'd made a promise. No quitting halfway. And no turning his back on someone in trouble. But the car kept getting further and further away. Before long, it was just a blue speck that vanished into the cityscape. No! Bad end. Achi never saw Hitomi again. We go back! We make better choices. Lost sight of the van. Achi did try to warn Hitomi that checking out the van by herself was dangerous. And oh look, she got herself kidnapped. Maybe he should have put his foot down and checked on things himself first. Just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Achi's eyes. Please, he continued. We have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're gonna try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod. Please be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will. You can count on it. Achi stepped out into the open and started walking toward the van. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yep, I'm just an ordinary passerby. As he got nearer, he tried to sneak a little glimpse inside. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside, or even how many people. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Oh man! Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Achi was surrounded. Whoa, what? Hey, what's the deal? Achi said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step towards the vehicle and looked inside. A knife? One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it out in Achi's direction. He'd probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Achi went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. Hell yeah! There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped out like a light. The other stared, then rushed him. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done. Achi was just going to have to take out the rest of these punks too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-2-1 wasn't going to be pretty. Achi! He heard Hitomi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she had to come out of hiding anyway. Hitomi, stay back! How was he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Within moments, a number of passerby had gathered around the fight. Maybe they'd heard Hitomi shouting, "Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This ain't just some petty squabble. Someone called the police." Some of them began taking photos with their cell phone. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Achi couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch them on foot, Achi merely watched it go. It failed. This was his fault. All of it. Achi bit his lip hard. How could he possibly face Hitomi now? Achi. Hitomi's voice was hollow, empty. Achi stared down at his feet like a scolded child. "I'm sorry, I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not." "I see." The words, so simple and matter-of-fact, stung him to the heart. "I'm so sorry." But Hitomi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. "I know I messed up, but he was going to say, "I'll make up for it," somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Oh shit! Across the street, staring at them, was the man with the cane. "He told me, it's him!" They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down the Genzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. Achi wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alleys and side streets again? No, it was more dangerous to head someplace where there'd be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to the Genzaka for now. Literally the scene with Majima. I swear I've had that same thought. Is Achi also dragging her along? Yes. But she's not standing in T-pose, I fear. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd along center guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Achi and Hitomi could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along the Genzaka and through the intersection in front of the 109 building. "Come on, Hitomi, just a little further." "Okay." She was panting, but she pressed on. Achi risked a glance back over his shoulder. "Huh?" He stopped in surprise. Kano! Kano's there!" "What's wrong?" Hitomi asked. "That guy, he's not following us." The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about his behavior right now. "Hitomi, can you still run?" "Yes, I'm alright." "Then this is our chance. This way." Kano was right there. They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. But they also needed to find the van again and rescue Hitomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? Achi wasn't sure one way or the other, but with Hitomi in tow, he hurried onward along Center Guy. To be continued. So are all of them to be continued? Is it over? Or are we starting to get to a new hour? Is it a new hour? Hell yeah! Once she's dead, you'll understand. He's right back where we started. Buddy, you're a weirdo. Eels and I are one and the same. Please keep this email a secret. Ooh, the chills. I love that little bit between chapters. Ah, it's so cheesy. I love it. I love it. Oh, you know what it reminds me of? The jingle only. The Incredibles, doesn't it remind you a little bit of their like song? W game pick. I'm so glad I took it. I'm wondering if the game you have information that you can piece together to get to the bottom of the situation or not. Can we become a detective or not? So who do we start with? Achi, Tama, Osawa, Minorikawa, or Kano? I say Kano. Very much so. I'm glad I'm not crazy. Lucas, shut up. Kano had been watching syndicate members hand off the attaché case for an hour and a half. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. The man he was tailing now was about 10 meters away, close enough that Kano could close the distance and apprehend him at a moment's notice. But his orders remained the same: follow and observe. He watched as the case was handed off once more. By now, the shock of seeing it pass to yet another accomplice had worn off. What do you have against rats? Maybe it's not rats, maybe it's you. It's already been 90 minutes, huh? Oh my god. It was Sasayama. At some point, he'd crept up on Kano from behind. They don't seem like they're trying to get away at all, Kano said. They're just walking. Crazy how the streamer talks to her mods. Mod abuse? There's a car with its motor just roaring right now. What could they be up to? Sasayama shrugged. Yeah, it's weird. Kano recalled dictum number 89. Translation, please? The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. Is it abuse if they like it? I don't plan to mod anything. Yeah, don't. Nah, she's only like that to Lucas cause he likes it. She's always super nice to Sparkly. That's true. That is true. Let it be known. If Tatena's wisdom held true, the syndicate must have some reason for what it was doing. Were they just trying to throw the investigators off their scent? No, that couldn't be it. They were wandering in circles, staying right in the same area. They were just running up the clock. What if that's exactly what they were after? Buying time. Kano felt a sudden conviction that he was on the right track. If they needed more time to make sure they got their hands on the ransom payment... Wait, hold on. Could it be that the real case had already been switched out? The ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore. Maybe it's already been switched out. Could it be that a real case had already been switched out? It made a certain amount of sense. By handing the case off to one accomplice to another, they were leading the detective to pay more attention to the individuals than the case itself. That could enable them to swap the case while all the focus was elsewhere. Kano shared his hunch with Sasayama. I see. I mean, it is a possibility. Yeah, we might be following the wrong case. There was palpable tension in the air now. Kano, Sasayama said, you gotta report in to Kuze. On it. Kano's hands flashed to his wireless. But Kuze was dismissive. No, that's the case, I assure you. No offense, sir, but how can you be so sure? Kuze sighed. Because that's my job. There's an ID tag in the case that allows us to keep tabs on it. There's no way these crooks could have whipped up a duplicate. ID tag? What ID tag? Wait. No, that's right. Kano had forgotten all about the detail in the wake of his all-nighter. Oh, right. Don't you oh right me. Clearly you weren't hired for your brains. Focus on what you're good at. Because they ended the call. Still, Kano couldn't shake his conviction that something was off. The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station. The heck? Sasayama grumbled. He's right back where we started. Kano felt his frustration growing. It honestly looked like the syndicate was just randomly lugging the case around town. Near Shibuya Station, a girl approached the suspect. Oh, she's cute! She was Japanese and entirely unlike any of the other criminal accomplices. She spoke to the man while showing him something on a notepad. He glanced at the pad but did not kneel down. Within moments, he had left her behind. It looked like she'd just passed him a message. Well, that sure is fishy, Sasayama muttered. What, the girl? Asked Kano. Yeah, wanna go hit her up? Sasayama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Yeah, let's go see what she knows. She can't be involved with this, can she? I mean, I'm curious. What does she know? Yeah, let's go see what she knows. Sasayama and Kano hurried over to the girl. Excuse me, miss. Would like to ask you a few... Are you happy with your life? The young woman shouted. She thrust her notepad in Kano's face. Tell me this. Are you happy with your life right now? Huh? Looking at the notepad, Kano saw the same question written there in big bold letter. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the two men to actually stop and listen. Right now, sir, she continued more quietly. Are you happy? If so, if you could please take this survey about, about your life. Are you happy with it? The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Sasayama stepped in. Hey, I need to know, did you speak with that Western fellow just now? Huh? No, that isn't what I'm asking. Sir, are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy with your life right now? Kano got a sinking feeling in his stomach. This kid was looking for religious converse or something. You did speak with him, didn't you? Sasayama snapped. What did you tell him? The girl's rambling abruptly ceased. Her already ruddy face went even redder, and tears welled up in her eyes. That's Chiaki. That's Chiaki, isn't it? She's the girl that, the reporter asked to go around Shibuya to interview people about their life or something. That's her, isn't it? If he has a dick book, does she have a puss book? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every girl has a puss book that just comes in with a vagina. Poor kid, Kano thought. She's just out there trying to get people to listen to her survey questions. There's no way she's part of this kidnapping plot. Look, miss, he said, for the time being, it would be a good idea for you to leave the area. Afraid I'm not at liberty to explain. The girl's only response was to start sobbing outright. I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Kano and Sasayama exchanged awkward glances. I want to go home. I want to go home. Passerby began shooting curious looks at the trio. Kano, you get back to work, Sasayama said. I'll escort this girl to the train station. He didn't quite manage to stifle the embarrassment in his voice. Right, Kano said. Being gone for a moment and coming back, I don't even want to know. Love my cat. Poor Chiaki. Lucas is playing Subnautica too. Just so you know, I want you to be aware. Fucking snitch. He hurried away, his eyes already searching for the suspect they'd been tailing. It didn't take long to find him. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all of the criminals who'd handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. Kitty! You're in front of the fucking iPhone! That fact made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfits? It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dig Diary spelled things loud and clear at the front. On that front. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostages' safety. This was a situation where Tateno would have stuck to his guns for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. Flashback? Wow, the fade in! A burglar had shot himself inside a financial office and doused the place in gasoline. Ah! So the man at the very beginning! That was Tateno! Kano had just been put on police box duty and was ordered to the scene because his box was just down the street from the standoff. Nobody is assigned to a detective post right after graduating from the police academy. Detective positions can be quite hard to come by. Candidates are selected for detective training only after accumulating enough experience working at the local police box, a very small type of neighborhood station manned by only a handful of officers. So never lose sight of titties? Is that your duty? Several officers had surrounded the building, keeping close tabs on the situation. The suspect was shouting nonsense through the entrance on the first floor. Things were getting heated. A crowd of alarmed onlookers had started to form as well. "Step aside," a voice said suddenly from amidst the throng. A middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit had approached Kano as he hovered nervously at the edge of the scene. Police. "I'm sorry, sir," Kano said. "You have to stay back for your own safety." He attempted to usher the man back into the crowd. A no-nonsense look crossed over the newcomer's face. He spoke in a low voice. "I am Detective Tateno from the Shibuya precinct. What's the situation?" "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course." Kano stammered, then quickly explained. "He hasn't taken anyone hostage, but there are still people on the upper floors of the building." Giving only a slight nod, Tateno marched straight up to the building. "What you want to protect? You want to protect titties? Pretty sure they're not in danger most of the time. Unless... Nah, I'll keep that thought to myself." The plastic container of gasoline the suspect had used was on the ground out front. Tateno picked it up and dumped the remaining contents out over his head. Kano was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "I've covered myself in gasoline too," Tateno called out from the entryway. The tension in the air ratcheted itself up several notches. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Kano had heard the burglar shouting from inside. If you're gonna do it, Tateno called out. We can die together. And he walked into the building. All Kano could do was watch things unfold through the plate glass window. Tateno was talking to the burglar, but Kano couldn't make out the words. The crook was clutching a lighter, his hands trembling. His expression was like that of a frightened child. Tateno slowly approached him and took firm hold of his shaking hand. The onlookers erupted into cheers and applause. Tateno handed the now docile suspect over to the detectives, then wearily sat down against the planter out front. It was like something ripped straight out of a police drama. That was amazing, Kano breathed. You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. You let a situation like this get even a little out of hand, and you never know how things might go south on you. Tateno spoke quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. As the police evacuated the rest of the building, Kano noticed that there were children and elderly people among them. If the perp had managed to set the fire, there was no way they would have escaped in time. But, I mean, what if he'd actually set the place on fire? If someone's willing to risk their life, you're not going to convince them of anything unless you do the same. Kano still remembered the awe he'd felt at Tateno's matter-of-fact tone. Kano hadn't become a police officer out of any real sense of duty. He just thought it would make Rumi happy if he became a detective like her father. Besides, civil servants tended to stay afloat in times of recession, and his time playing rugby meant he was in good physical shape for the job. He'd never really thought too much about protecting the citizenry or keeping the peace. But now, here he was in the presence of a detective who'd literally risked his life in the line of duty without a second thought. A police officer never loses sight of what he's supposed to protect. Ever. Getting back to his feet, Tateno tugged off his gasoline-drenched coat and walked away. Kano wrote the words in the notebook he'd just purchased. Thus the Dick Diary was born. Can we get an explanation on why it's called that? Why is it not Tateno Diary or Kano Diary? Thinking back to the way Tateno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers, made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing the syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. It's pretty catchy, can't lie. You make a fair point. So if Dick Diary is a thing, then honestly, what is the lady version? The Puss book? Dick is a super old slang for detective, is it? Also, hi. Hi, wait, Pitt, right? It was Pitt. Welcome back. You're so right. Dick Diary, yeah. The Pooper Zero, wow, what a username. Welcome in. I forgot this. He uttered the fundamental dick dictum out loud. But I can't. Did I choose this because dick or not? I need to know. Is it voluntary? Well, you've lost sight of it completely, a voice said out of nowhere. What? Kano spun around. Oh, it's Rumi's father. The dramatic music it's sending me. It was Shizuru. Rumi was with him. Sir, Kano shuddered. Weren't you supposed to be waiting at a cafe for? There was some lowlife there, so we left. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under ordinary circumstances. Right now he looked like a man possessed. That's another part of why Dick Gumshoe didn't like being called Dick. It doesn't even sound like a name. in Ace Attorney. We have yet to play it, but I know he's called Dick Gumshoe, I think. Being a mod on mobile view, not mobile mod view. Let me see when accounts are made. Yeah, they are. Oh, I beg your pardon? I'm still on duty at the moment. I'm going back home. Shizuo huffed. You're not marrying my daughter. He turned to walk away. No, please, just wait. I'm done watching. Now I'm going home. Please don't do this. Just hear me out. I've heard all I need to hear from you. Rumi, we're leaving. Dad, please. Goodbye. Wow. Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind. We're in the silly zone again. Yeah. We're always in the silly zone, to be fair. His daughter won't get to read the Dick Diary now. Shinya! She called out over her shoulder. Rumi! She was gone. Rumi was gone. Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated in an agony of indecision. I can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Oh, Detective Tateno, what should I do? Tateno, Bad end. Still, the dictum echoed in his mind. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. I mean, you're supposed to protect your girlfriend too, but never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. I... 6 months later. Oh! 6 months later. It's so green! Kano made his way through a small corner of a vast field in the Nagano countryside. Slowly and leisurely, he tilled the soil. He'd surprised himself with his own newfound enthusiasm for organic farming, learning more from Shizuo day after day. Excuse me, what? His father-in-law had taught him the ways of farming from the ground up, and while things had been rocky between them at first, their friendship was now growing strong. Pausing to wipe his brow, he smiled at the acreage around him. Don't know that word, sorry for pronunciation. Acreage? What does it mean? What is it? He looked forward to tending the crops he'd sown until harvest came around. If he'd stayed on as a detective, he might well never have known the joy he now found in his work. And this wasn't the only seed Kano had planted. Please tell me this is not an image for how he's a father now. Please, let it not be this. Acreage? Oh, acreage. He's supposed to protect that diary at all costs. By the time harvest season came around, the new life growing within his dear Rumi's belly would be ready to celebrate it with them. Of course it's a baby! We got married! Bad ends, we got married. Kano went after Rumi and Shizuo, proving his devotion and earning her hand in marriage. Now he's a farmer in Nagano, and crime in Tokyo is someone else's problem. But hang on a second. Why weren't Rumi and Shizuo waiting at the cafe like they were supposed to be? Well, there's no way for Kano to know about how one man's bit of curiosity at that cafe led to this strange twist of fate. But end marriage, this was definitely made by a boomer. Fair enough. Very good point. So I'm guessing we need to know who was at the cafe. Who could have been at the cafe? see Achi. What are you up to, Achi? Achi and Hitomi scampered through the back roads along Center Guy, white sneakers and pumps slapping on the pavement. That must hurt so bad. Achi kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. There's no way he'll find us there, he said. No one knows about this place. He took another look around, then let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they managed to shake the gunman for now. Back when Achi was with SOS, he had come through Center Guy practically every day. The abbreviation for Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Achi when he founded it. Originally just a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, it has since become known as a gang that picks fights around Shibuya. The gang had started out as little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was that they were having fun. It wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Achi couldn't help but notice the slobs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it all up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts out on the streets or plastered walls in graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started trying to pick fights with its members. Those guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon, it became known as one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. Why, I oughta! Well, yeah, he is a good kid. Let's lay low here for a bit and see what happens, Achi said. The alley where they hid was like a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. The only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back to the Genzaka without the man with the cane catching them once more. Achi, Hitomi whispered. I think I can handle myself from here. She got to her feet and gave Achi a deep bow. Deep bow? Whoa! Achi held up a hand. We've been over this already. You're not gonna be okay. This guy has a gun. If he let her go up against that assassin alone, he might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me, Hitomi continued, as if she hadn't heard him. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. Hey, what did I just say? Really, Achi, I appreciate your concern, but I can't in good conscience put you in danger anymore. But, I mean... Achi tried to press the point, but Hitomi cut him off. There's no good reason for you to risk yourself to keep helping me. Her tone was resolute, but Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Oh, we don't back down. Never back down? Never what? Still, Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Look, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong about that? Huh? He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. Exactly, never give up. I'm not the most dependable guy. I know that. But still, I just... Hitomi dropped her gaze, and Achi trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Oh, it's no use. I am no use. He hung his head with a sigh. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building upper floor had turned on the lights. What is the building. The Nokane building. This multi-tenant building has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells of a mysterious 13th floor. A diet aid sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. Tama! The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Aichi saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi, humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. Well, first you remove the cap and the wrapper, then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Aichi let out a breath he'd been holding. Okay, good. I don't understand. What's good? Now kiss! You gave me my reason why I have to help you out. You don't know how to take care of a bottle. I need to teach you. I super respect people who respect the environment. You know what? I kind of like that about him. It's kind of cute. It's kind of It's kind of cute. Evil 13th floor of vitriol and malice. I'm one of those what? Whatchamacallits? An environmentalist. Aichi pointed at his mean clean t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I'd said the answer was to toss the plastic in with the trash? Well then, I'd need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education. He's kind of cute. It's evil, by the way. So then you are going to tag along with me regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling. Aichi cracked a huge grin. Okay then. Okay. If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. They're cute! Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Aichi thought. I love young love. Oh, no, wait, you're so scary. That's so scary. Oh, he's about to be possessed. This is starting to be a found footage horror movie. Then something else caught his eye. Huh? Oh, what's that there? It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head. Aichi, what are you staring at? You got something stuck there. What, on my head? Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. No, no. It was about 10 centimeters long, its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. It's a cockroach! He jumped backward, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Ew, sorry, that gave me a bit of a start, he continued. Guess it must have fallen from one of the windows up there. Still, Hitomi did not move. She faints? Hitomi? She didn't appear to hear him. Hello? Hitomi? Oh. With muffled gargle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, her body as stiff as a mannequin. What? Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi! But no matter how loudly Aichi called her name, Hitomi would not come to. Does she die on the spot and that's a bad end? That would be hilarious. No way! No way! No way he ditches her. From that day onwards, Archie devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or, if nothing else, his atonement. This is hilarious, what the fuck? In memory of Hitomi, I hereby swear it on my life. This city will be rid of cockroaches. It is my lifelong mission now, for Hitomi. Hitomi passed out after a cockroach fell onto her head from out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere exactly. Hitomi and Achi were right underneath the Nokane building, but they were selling burning hammer. A cat and a cockroach had been fighting it out on one of the upper floors. The cat was victorious, but if it had run away instead, things would have turned out differently down below. Wow! Same girl, same. Again, these bad ends are otherworldly experiences, man. That was such a cute scene, though. Yeah, we need to see it again. Now we switch to Tama, because that's all her fault. Girl, what are you doing? We don't throw cockroaches out of the window. What the fuck? And then we go back to this actual, almost perfect declaration of youth love. It's always a Tama, right? So Hitomi dies because of cockroach. What's up with you, girl? I won't do the same voice for her. In 1 hour, the Burning Hammer sales demo will begin. What kind of voice do you reckon she has? Oh. I took a chip and I ate it. Kitty. Cherry is laying out the assortment of snacks that we'll have on hand. Wait, Tama, you hungry? Why, yes. Yes, I am. I mean, that should be pretty obvious at this point. All I've had since putting on this stupid mascot costume is some burning hammer and a bunch of iced tea. Get a napkin right now, twin. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get your head back now, hey. Cheery shoots back. What's with the attitude? Cheery, you do remember that you ate my lunch, right? The sticker said it was best before noon. You just made that up. Yeah. Cheery chortles merrily and chugs some more iced tea. Okay, folks. Mr. Yanagishita calls out as he slips into the room. Lunch break's over. Back to work. I don't feel like I've had much of a break. If anything, I'm even more mentally exhausted than I was before. There's a box full of Anagochi toys in the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Mind bringing those down? Anagochi? I ask. What's that? The name makes it sound like some sort of product knockoff. Mr. Yanagishita's face widens in surprise. You've never heard of them? Is it Tsuchinoko Tamagotchi? Oh, you know them. I was wondering if it was Toyara again. Who is that diva with the afro and facial hair combo? My wife. Let me introduce you to Yanagishita, my wife. You know, Anagochi. It's a digital pet game where you raise an eel that lives in Tokyo Bay. I kinda like it. A portable electronic game in which you raise a conger eel, Anago, feeding it daily and clearing away feces. Depending on how you raise your eel, it can wind up developing into various forms, from normal eel to ultimate eel sushi. You can also use the infrared communication feature to bring over friends for your eel from another nearby Anagochi device. There is also a sister product, Trout Watch. By connecting the two, you can view a special event where the eel and trout characters go to a pub together. I need that. Like yesterday. Give me one. Give me. Nama be a menace in the chat. Valid assumption. You will be dealt with accordingly. Nothing will change compared to what I've been doing. I hope you feel good in the chat. Feel free to be a little gremlin. You would not be different from the others, honestly. Never heard of it, I say. Huh, well, I guess maybe a lot of people in Japan haven't heard of it yet. But it's all the rage right now with youngsters over in New York City. New York City? Oh, he must mean New York City. Yeah, NYC, sorry. It's popular in New York? Really? Anyway, I did some quick checking and that's what I learned. So last month, I bought a whole bunch of them. And once again, you were swindled. Yep. Ouch. Teary dropping the hard truth. Mr. Yanagishita let out a pathetic whimper. Oh, he whimpers. Oh, good. Good to know. No! Oh my god! I can see inside his nostrils. Just like that, his confidence evaporates. He starts muttering to himself. I thought it sounded a little fishy, really. I mean, Think about it. Why would kids in New York be interested in raising eels from Tokyo Bay? He muses. And what appeal would an eel character even have anyway? None. That's what. I should have known that. I did know it. And then why'd you buy them? This farce is getting tiresome. Anyway, Yanagishita continues. It was gonna cost way too much to keep them in storage, so I was just gonna let the recycling guy take them. He hangs his head in shame. In a matter of moments, he is borderline catatonic. I love him. Do I get to have my first time out? I love him so much. I love him too. Oh man, why do I like pathetic guys like that? Borderline catatonic, the type of eel that gives Anagochi its name, Anago, can be loosely translated as the creature that lives in a hole. That's Lucas, though. Mr. Yanagishita is probably wishing he could crawl into a hole right about now. Thierry, on the other hand, flashes a big, bright grin. Still, you know, eel's pretty delicious. Oh, Chiri, Yanagishita blurts. Thank you. He claps her hands in gratitude. I wasn't exactly complimenting you there, boss. It's the same thing. There's a little bit of me in each of my products. Anagochi and R are one and the same. A brief Anagochi gameplay clip. The trick is to feed your eel proper food and give it proper exercise. Another important strategy tip is to make sure you obtain the sharp chef's knife when you visit Kappabashi Kitchen Town partway through the game. What? Wait, no, I want to see. Crab, okay. Some worm. Fascinating. Cook? Would you play that game? Anagochi should add parry mechanics. That would be so big. I just want people to start including parry mechanics to games that definitely don't need them. And the player is left, like, confused. Why can I parry? Wondering throughout the whole game if there's gonna be something to parry. But never. Which is to say, eels and I are one and the same. Okay, dude. Go on then. Say something nice about eels. Cherry chimes right in without missing a beat. Eels are awesome. When it comes to eel sushi, 100 pieces barely whets my appetite. You know, these two make quite a pair. That really means a lot to me, Chiri. Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand what any of this is about, but if it helps mend Mr. Yanagishita's wounded spirits, I guess I can complain. I leave them to their devices and head for the storeroom. Add QTEs and skill checks to Anagochi. Oh no. Oh, that's scary. That could turn horrifying very soon. Freedom Planet 2 is an action platform with central parry mechanic, and it's one of the best 222 surprise hits. Oh. The storeroom opens with a rough, grating sound. Okay, now where's the light switch? I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the switch box. My costume paws mute the sensation in my hand enough that even finding that is difficult. I bat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the lights come on. Apparently I found the switch, even if I didn't feel it. Whoa, what the heck is this? The storeroom is practically overflowing with shoddy goods. A painting that looks like a child's scribblings, an oddly shaped hat bearing the words, "Grow 2 inches, guaranteed." A cheap-looking pendant with a tag that says, "It's set with a miracle stone." These stones are nothing more than the simple glass beads that were purchased at 5,000 yen apiece. The seller claimed, "Normally these sell for 10,000 a pop, but if you buy 100 of them, I'll give you half off." At which the buyer declared, "It really is a miracle," before joyfully agreeing to the purchase. The fact that someone like Yanagashita actually exists to buy these things up is also a kind of miracle. Evil and menacing cat of pure evil. She is. Look at her. She's about to go crazy. She's so precious. I think games should just randomly include a game-ending QTE that just says parry. Nothing happens when you actually succeed. But if you fail, you get a game over. I think you would get a lot of hate mail if you tried that. It's like this is a knockoff boneyard where cheap products go to die. They break away from their pathetic herds knowing their time has come and end up in this graveyard of a storeroom. Let's see, Anagochi. Anagochi. I quickly spy the cardboard box I'm looking for. Then I catch sight of a dark silhouette out of the corner of my eye. I yelp. It's one of them. Black, flat, quick, long antenna, often spotted in kitchens. Sometimes, somehow, their legs wind up in restaurant food. Ew! The size, the speed, the dark shape, it couldn't be anything else. It peers back at me from the shadow of the Anagochi box, the faint light catching the luster of its carapace. It looks ready to leap out at me at any moment. I need to act fast. I challenge it to single combat. I snatch up the card box and make a run for it. We need to make a run so that the lovebirds under us get their moment. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. Challenge the roach. No! I made it. When I get back to the brick room, Mr. Yanagishita is still clutching Chiri's hands. She's stealing my man. I hate Chiri now. I'm fine with cockroaches. I'm not fine with spiders. Nuh-uh. And eel's super tasty when you salt broil it too. Thank you. But tempura style is probably the best. Thank you. Well, Mr. Yanagishita's spirits have certainly turned around. Okay, got it. When you press down, you can press down over and over all the way until the latest scene you viewed before. You don't need to repeat any scene after a different decision, unless there's new text in it. Ah, that's what I was wondering. I was waiting until the next choice or like save notion stuff. We do not fuck with spiders. Yeah. I mean, there is one type of spider, and only one, that I would be willing to keep as a pet. And I would get like 10 of them. There's a species of spiders that have their little abdomen looking like a bunch of mirrors, and they're super tiny. Those are pretty. I thought we hated Cheery since she intentionally broke our zipper so she could eat our lunch. We don't know yet if she did break it. She was sus though, she did eat our food, but right now she's coming after my man, and so no. I hold out the big cardboard box. Excellent! Thank you! You girls are the greatest! Yanagishita shouts. His voice resounds with gratitude. Hey! That's it! I just got an amazing idea! Why don't the three of us start our own company? I'll pass. Chiri and I respond in unison. Man, you two shut that one down quick. Ah, well, for today, let's just focus on selling Burning Hammer. By the way, I ask, where is the Burning Hammer? I've helped carry a spider out a sink. It got stuck in twice, using a soft cloth to help it climb out of the run surface. It had trouble climbing. You just have to know which spider species are harmless. Oh, it's not about whether they can harm me. It's where they can crawl to. I'm so scared of them going into my ears. I forgot what it's called, but I'm pretty sure I heard of a spider like that. I mean, jewel spider. I'm pretty sure it's that, yeah. I love these ones. I think they're very cute. I think I like the colorful one. Ooh, the one that freaked me out the most. Okay, first of all, hunter spiders? Nah, I'm burning that shit. Actually, no, I just never go to Australia, that's it. And then I'm groovy. The other one, they are yellow. Yellow abdomen, and then super long black and thick legs. Ew! I hate the way spiders move. Horror movie type shit, yeah. No, I can't do with spiders. The tiny ones with the tiny legs, that's fine. But the bigger they are, no. There wasn't any in the storeroom, and I didn't see any here either. Oh, that's right. It's out back on the loading dock. We should probably go bring it in. Oh, and bring the anago cheese with you too. The recycling guy is gonna be showing up soon. Come on, let's go. Chiri and I follow Mr. Yanagishita out to the loading dock. Spider with wings! They found new flying tarantula! We need to burn this planet, I think. We need to start over. Banana spider again in OC. No. I had one of them. I saw one of them in Morocco. I remember what it looked like. The thing had the same size as my fucking hands, fingers included. I have to call someone over to catch any bugs in my house. I will cry. But the loading dock, it turns out, is empty. There is no sign of the burning hammer anywhere. It's gone. It's gone, Mr. Yanagishita murmurs. Then his voice rises to a shout. It's gone! Oh, gone! The burning hammer, it's all gone! Flying into a panic, he searches frantically from one end of the dock to the other, leaping into the air, even peering down into the cracks. But no matter where he looks, there is nothing for him to find. It was right here a little while ago, like right here. Right here. I hear the sound of an engine revving outside. Mr. Yanagishita cries out in alarm. We can see a truck starting to pull away. Its bed is piled high with cardboard boxes and other assorted trash. Hey, boss, is that? Yes, there it is. Mr. Yanagishita begins racing after the truck. Alien space huggers reinforce society's arachnophobia. That and Harry Potter. They have done irreparable damage to spider community. That and Harry Potter. My burning hammer! His voice cracks as he cries out. Give that back! Give it back! But he's no match for a speeding truck, and the boxes of burning hammer vanish before his eyes. Burning hammer! Come back! Come back! Yanagishita's wailing echoes from the surrounding buildings. It's like something out of a movie. What the hell? What's up with that truck? Tama! Who the heck was that? Hey, don't look at me, I reply. Huh, with all those piles of stuff, it looked just like the recycling guy. As soon as he says it, revelation dawns on his face. The recycling guy? He mutters. I can see the color draining from his face. The words recycling guy give me an idea. If it was him, maybe he thought he was picking up the Anagochis by mistake. We have to find it! We have to find that truck! The man is absolutely beside himself. Thierry, Tama, you two split up and try to track it down. Wait, why do we have to look for it? Again, Thierry and I speak in chorus. If there's no sales demo, there's no money to pay you. And then all the work you've done will be for nothing. Right. When he puts it that way, I guess there isn't much of a choice. Somehow or another, we'll have to find that truck. It can't have gotten far, he continues. Now go hunt for it like your life depended on it. Thierry and I look at each other and sigh. How do you want to do this? She asks. Want to search together, or should we split it up? Let's go together. I say we go together. What the fuck was this? Chamber of Secret has done the loudest hell now I've ever done that when I saw that. Yeah. Let's go together. Should we split up? That could be funny to see. We should split up. Thierry and I go our separate ways, searching for a truck full of junk. I make my way to Center Guy. I'm so focused on searching all over as I walk that I lose track of where I'm going, and I wind up bumping right into a man who's hurrying along with his daughter. Hey, that's the CEO of the Reporter Guy. Why does this music sound like I'm about to accept a quest from the local tavern keep? They do go for the comedy, like a bit surreal with Tama. I love this. Teruo and Hana Toyama, they came to Center Guy to eat lunch. Before that, they were at Heaven Publishing in Shibuya, Ichome. While wandering around, distractedly looking for somewhere cheap and tasty, Mr. Toyama bumped it right into Tama. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and go to bow to the man in apology. Ow! Oh my god. He bows at the same time and we manage to bonk our heads together. Sorry. As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. Hey, Hana, wait! The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. Bumped into, they straight up look like they need to exchange insurance cards. Yes. Nursing my own sore head, I make it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there is no sign of the truck. There's a blimp! It's a blimp, right? I know now the word. I'll probably never find it just by wandering around randomly. Wow! It's already 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. I have serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. Ah! What shall I do? Ooh! Well, we need to go back to Achi anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Achi! Okay then. Okay. If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. I want them together, and I need it now. Oh. Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back toward Dogenzaka. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfares, but that would be worth it if it meant they avoided the man with the cane. At break, there would be a wilting rose emoji if that was an option. Should we? Ad break stops in 1 minute. Shimiya, shimiya, shimiya. Drink, swalla la la. Drink, swalla la la, swalla la la. Shimmy, shimiya, shimiya. Sparkly decided no one is gonna go through the ads ever. Not on my watch. I can't move fast enough. Hey, you were at 30 seconds before the end of the ad break. But thank you so much, Sparkly, for the gifted sub to your friend. Welcome in. You are now a Whisper. Whisper without a H because you're part Wisp and part Tiger. Whisper. Welcome in. Don't hesitate, and you're actually obligated by contract that Sparkly kind of pushed on you to use the emotes as much as you can and appreciate them. As she looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Her face was solemn. She could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister. Oh, well, 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 look who's got himself a little cutie. The sudden call startled him. Startled him. He spun around. Yo, Min Clean, over here. Hachi spotted a young man up ahead, sneering at him. Wow, look at these thugs. Wow, they're so scary. Man, are they skinny? At his side were two others. I'm pretty sure the one in the middle I could crack. Not in that way. I'm pretty sure... I was about to say pretty sure I could make him bend, but like the other way around. I need to stop talking. I can beat his ass. Hachi recognized the lot. SOS. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak. Hachi? Under penalty of timeouts. Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride right past the trio. Whoa, hey now, you're just gonna ignore me? That's pretty damn rude, especially coming from someone who used to be an old buddy. But I start using channel points rewards just to see what they do. You can ask also if you want. The three toughs moved to bar Hachi's path. Oh, she's hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? Extremely attractive. The etymology of hella is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is indisputed. Very, a lot of, totally, and the like. Potential synonym for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and bangin'. I shall hydrate your rates. She is hella fine. Sorry, man, Hachi said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave them a tepid smile. A big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Mariamocho? Too rich, another chimed in. She a screamer, Hachi? Oh, I'm not doing that. Take a stereotypical way to poke fun at a would-be amorous couple. Now take Hachi's name. Did I call him Akechi again? There you go. I'm not moaning. Especially not his name. Ah, what the fuck are they doing to me? They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. Ah! One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. Stop! You guys just want to bone him. If you just want to fuck him, just say that. They needed an excuse to moan his name. What the fuck? Wait! This is... What? As she felt his anger boil. These guys were in sore need of a major ass-kicking, but there was too much at stake. Was just going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. I kind of wanna kick their ass. But also that means there might be two of them that try to kick Achi, and one of the others might want to try to assault her. So let's be the bigger person, even though I am very small. There was too much at stake. He was just going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. Gritting his teeth, he tried to slip past them, but the largest of the three grabbed him by the collar. You ran out, man. Susumu's the one who runs this town now. You got no rights to keep acting like you're the boss of us. He shoved Achi up against the wall. Says who? Achi asked. Susumu? Say what now? Did Susumu say I've got no right to act like the boss? Bitch, please. Susumu ain't got the time to worry about your sorry ass. Ah, is that so? Achi's fists flashed out, catching the man clean on the jaw. He dropped to the ground with a dull thud. So, tell Susumu this. Everyone in Shibuya needs to just play nice and have fun. Achi kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the two other toughs, like a hawk eyeing its prey. Is he going to be alright? Hitomi murmured. She looked at the man Achi had laid out with some concern. He'll be fine. If that's all it took to knock him out, he's got no right to act all badass. You can tell this game is kind of old. Achi, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. A taller man with an angry gleam in his eyes had appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. He radiated a distinct aura of menace. The guy stinks. That's me, Achi replied. And just who are you? For once, it was someone he didn't recognize. Your ears instantly dropping, I can't. The name's Yoji Kiryu. Kiryu! No! No! He used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro. He is Kiryu! Until a few months ago. Known as the Killer Whale of Bukuro, he answered any and all resistance with his fists. His crazy antics led to him being kicked out of the gang, however, and lately he's been hanging around Shibuya. I joined up with SOS after you left. Now I'm Susumu's number 2 guy. That means you're Susumu's bitch, congratulations. The newcomer stared at Achi's face, sizing him up. Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you. The founder. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. There's no way he's my Kiryu. He wishes he was. This must be a mistake. There had been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder, that was just something his buddies called him. He had never paid it much heed. Shibuya was a place for fun, no, not hierarchies. At least in Achi's mind, that was how it ought to be. Like how you busted up some mean old drug dealers, rescued your pals from Yakuza bondage. Here, bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Ah, my bad. Any other types of Yakuza bondage will not be featured in this game. Sorry if the tip link here got your hopes up. Fuck you, game. Stop being a smartass. You're a real hero. Kiryu's tongue flicked from his mouth like a snake's. Kiryu, the guy from Yakuza, apparently. Hitomi shuddered. Achi couldn't blame her for being creeped out. But that's all in the past now, isn't it? Kiryu continued. You went modestly on your way. It's up to us now. And we've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way. That thought didn't sit right with Achi. If aggressive expansion was the name of the game, the gang was losing touch with its roots. It wasn't about keeping Shibuya safe and fun anymore. Make SOS bigger, huh? He said. I'm guessing that was Susumu's call as well? Kiryu didn't answer his question. his mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer. In any event, I think these boys here need a little lesson in manners. The guillotine ought to do the trick. I'd like him. Whoever said that, because I can't really see who is talking. The guillotine? Yes, approved. Tiggy approved. A capital punishment device invented in 18th century, 18, right? Yeah, century France. The condemned is executed by decapitation by means of a heavy blade that descends from above. Named for physician Joseph Ignace Guillotin, who advocated its use to the National Assembly. Both King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. The other gang members started in alarm. Whoa, hey, just calm down, man. Please, anything but the guillotine. Kiryu pointedly ignored her pleas. Whoa, hey, what's the guillotine? Hachi asked. Kiryu smirked. The guillotine is the guillotine. With me, worms. Without a glance back, Kiryu strolled away. His two underlings followed him unhappily. Hachi wondered what lay in store for them, but right now he had more important things to worry about. Come on, let's go. He took Hitomi by the hand and they were back on their way. Oh, Hitomi perked up. That's me! She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone. Huh? She stared at the screen with consternation. What is it? Hachi asked. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Who's Mr. Tanaka? He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. Hachi remembered that the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open his message. I'm sure it's fine to just read an email, he said. And besides, he's not the police and he's not your family. Yeah, you're right. Hitomi scanned the message anxiously. It sounds like he's worried about me, she said. Then does he know? About the kidnapping? Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so... Hitomi cut herself short. Still, it was clear to Hachi that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. Ooh, no. The guy isn't way too old for you. Hachi is way better. Look at his hair, come on. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is. I think it should be, Hachi told her. I mean, the kidnappers aren't gonna know you sent an email, right? I hope. Oh, he's looking! Hitomi began typing out a response. Hachi watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. Is that her boyfriend? Do they have a situationship going on? Am I fucked? There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers, was there? Reminder that we can jump here. Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy? She's not the type, you know it. No, he was being ridiculous. Hachi banished the thought from his mind. How cooked is bro here? Oh, he's in love. Aya Kamiki was only 22 years old when she performed the vocal song you've heard multiple times by now. She'd be making a song for Shibuya Scramble! Stories! Nice! She has a good voice, I do like. Besides, Hitomi's personal life wasn't the problem right now. The problem was that psycho with the cane and the gun. Is something wrong? Hitomi asked. She'd finished sending her email. Oh, no, nothing. Nothing at all. Hachi did his best to look nonchalant. It was a good thing she couldn't read his mind. They exited Center Gai and resumed their approach toward the Genzaka by way of Maruyamacho. There are many hotels in Maruyamacho. These are not ordinary establishments, but rather the sort of hotel where two people who are so inclined might redacted A couple heading to this kind of place in the early afternoon would, without a doubt, be assumed to be bent on redacted. You might be wondering whether an option for these two to get up to mischief will appear as a selection prompt. Well, don't get your hopes up. This isn't that kind of game. Fuck! What's the point then? Another long detour to decrease their odds of running into the gunman. If there's a center guy, does that mean there's a center gal? There's a center straight. You just don't pronounce it correctly. They made an unlikely pair. Scraffiaci, limbs... Wait, what? How do you read that? Lackadaisically? Lackadaisically? Swinging to hide his embarrassment, and brisk, purposeful Hitomi. Redacted, who stole my gag? Achi found himself watching her out of the corner of his eye. He could still feel her anxiety. He wished there was some way he could ease her fears. Hey, Hitomi, mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Okay, so like, I realize this might be kind of a weird question, but he put on a serious face. What does the echo in eco-friendly mean? Huh? Like, I know it's about helping the earth and all, but I don't know what it really means, you know? I literally didn't even see this. I was lurking and I just heard redacted. I got nothing for that one, bro. What word is that in English? I don't know. Hitomi thought for a moment. I'm pretty sure it's short for the English word ecology, which is the science of examining the relationship between man and nature. Lackadaisically is to be relaxed and nonchalant, then why not just say relaxed? A subset of biology that deals with the reciprocal relationship between organisms and their environment. Nowadays, the term can also refer to cultural and social effects on the global environment. The latter usage can be broad and imprecise, making the exact meaning somewhat difficult to define. Lackadaisically? I'm already fucked with lackluster as a word. I'm not gonna use that one in my vocab. Alright, science. Pleased with himself, Achi chattered on excitedly. A faint smile crept back onto Hitomi's face. She liked his dumbass. This does not change my opinion on how stupid this word is pronounced or spelled. Yeah. Say, you ever heard about the clean river here in Shibuya? A clean river? In Shibuya? Really? Ask 100 youngsters outside of Shibuya Station the same question, and you'd probably get the same answer 100 times. Yeah, the Shibuya River. You know, that drainage channel we saw earlier? Wait, that's the clean river you're talking about? By no reasonable definition was the Shibuya River what anyone would call clean. That's the one. Archie grinned at her confusion. See, the river used to be clean a long time ago. I read about it in this old book called Science Strikes Back. Isn't that in the magazine? A popular monthly magazine, abbreviated SSB. The series has been running for 29 years now, but the Strike Back appendix is still immensely popular with children. The woman who handles the home deliveries is known as the SSB lady, and children wait excitedly on the 25th of each month for her to make her rounds. I used to have that book, Hitomi chirped, her eyes wide with excitement. You're talking about that bit with the river that got turned into a song, right? The famous 1912 song Haru no Ogawa, The Spring Brook, with lyrics by Tatsuyuki Takano and music by Teiichi Okano. It is said that the song was inspired by the view of the upper course of the Shibuya River during Takano's childhood. In the modern day, there is a stone monument bearing the song's lyrics along the Odakyu line between Yoyogi, Hachiban, and sangubashi. Yeah, that's the one. You read it too? I did! Achi felt a giddy rush at this unexpected connection they shared. Imagine if there was still a clean, beautiful river here in Shibuya. It'd be the perfect place for taking a romantic stroll. Hitomi looked up at Achi. She seemed to share his joy in this idea. Wouldn't it be amazing? Achi said, if that dirty little channel could become clean like it used to be? It would! Maybe as amazing as the look on Hitomi's face right now. Achi thought, kill me now. Hitomi, tell me some more ecology stuff. Hit me with whatever you've got. She seemed happy to oblige, and so, as they walked along, Hitomi explained the bits of knowledge she'd picked up over the years. Achi was quiet, hanging on her every word. Love wins! The return to the Genzaka became an impromptu environmentalism lecture. Hitomi continued until she'd exhausted her ready knowledge. I just don't get it, Achi grumbled when she paused at last. I mean, why is it a bad thing if the planet gets warmer? Wouldn't that make winter and places like Hokkaido way easier? No, you see, because if the whole planet gets warmer, it will cause the whole ecosystem to collapse. Achi racked his brain. And the ecosystem is what again? Is that like a solar system? Images of the cosmos filled his imagination. No, not really, Hitomi said. So is it more like a sound system then? Not really? Oh, but anyway, you're saying the problem is with the, what was it again? Carbon, dioxide. Yeah, that stuff. I'm going to have to cut down on that. Is that not Kizzy and Lian? He's trying. Sure. That settles it, Achi declared proudly. No more soda for me. Soda? Hitomi asked. Yeah, it's carbonated, right? Hitomi burst out laughing. What? I'm serious. You don't think I can do it? I'm sorry, Hitomi said, catching her breath. It just... Oh, her face froze, her mirth abruptly vanishing. Who killed her vibe? Oh no. Huh? Achi stared at her face in alarm. What is it? He turned his attention in the direction Hitomi was looking. The man with the cane was bearing down on them. Oh, come on! You have got to be kidding me! He grabbed Hitomi's hands and ran. Is he huffing carbon dioxide? He is. That's kind of what he's implying, but he doesn't know what carbon dioxide is. It would be Kizzy and Lian 100% if her dad doesn't like Achi. I don't care how unhealthy it is. I love soda and you could not pay me to quit. It's not bad. It's not as bad. It's more, I think it's worse for you than it is for the environment. Don't quote me on that, because I am holding a Monster can right now and you could not get that shit out of my hands. Let's just say that if you were to choose between red meat and Monster, or any type of soda, it would be better for the environment for you to choose the soda than the red meat. This time, he headed for the main road, hoping to get lost in the crowd. Hitomi struggled to keep up. She was exhausted after all their earlier running. You can do it, he told her. The guy's got a cane. We can outrun him. The assassin was still hurrying after them. Once we get around the next corner, we'll be out on the main road. Yeah, okay. She's trying to get the words out. Bit by bit, her feet were slowing down. It was another 50 meters or so to the main road. Hachi realized that they might get caught before they get there. Pick her up! Pick her up! Sorry, Hitomi, he exclaimed, but I gotta do this. He scooped her up in his arms. Princess style? Princess style? By the time the squeak had escaped her mouth, Achi was already running full out. Achi, please put me down? Don't worry, you're super light. Ah! Ah! It's literally like Leon and Kizzy! Ah! Young love. Ah! I'm too much of a romantic for this. This is what Majima could have been with Makoto, but he never had the gall. He could have done this. Achi glanced back and saw the assassin, now far behind, break off his pursuit. But just as they rounded the corner, he heard the man call out to him. Achi, please! Achi almost stopped on reflex. Hold on, did he just shout to my name? Sparkly would love to be princess carried. I think a minority of women would not like to be princess carried and be told you're light. I'll be the pastor at their wedding if they marry right now. Me too. I mean, I would be the flower girl. I would be anything, really. Lucas would love being carried that way too. Probably. How the heck does he know my name? Quaking with unease, Achi slipped into the crowd. It looks fun. See? There it is. Achi, could you please set me down now? A meek voice pulled him from his panic. Huh? He looked down at the girl in his arms. People in the crowd all around them were watching and chuckling. I mean, I'm really happy you saved me and all. But being carried around like this is, Hitomi was blushing beet red, but Achi's expression had gone pale. Achi, wait! Had he really heard that right? That's what it had sounded like. He set Hitomi back on her feet, then used his shirt sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face. You okay? Hitomi asked. When we were running just now, did that guy say anything? Not that I heard, no. Huh. Had he just imagined it that? Okay, so the voices I did, reverse them. Achi asked her if she heard anything while they were running, and she said no. Maybe. Achi was sure he didn't recognize the man. There's something weird about that guy, though, Hitomi murmured. She furrowed her brow. No matter where we run, he keeps catching up to us. It's almost like he knows where we're going. She was right. Finding a particular pair of people in a place as big as Shibuya bordered on the impossible. Your phone is compromised. And yet, somehow, the assassin had tracked them down several times now. Yeah, Achi said. It's like he's got some way of locating us or something. He got a sudden idea. That's it? What if they're doing the whole tracking thing but like backwards? Backwards? What? Hitomi's eyes widened. Okay, so you know how in the police shows they always take a tracking device in the bag with the ransom money? Like that, but backwards. Okay, so backwards isn't the right way to describe this. My god, the shades in the hints. But Achi doesn't realize that. He does seem to know what a tracking device is, at least. A radio transmitter that can be located by the signal it emits. The Japanese police sometimes refers to this as a beeper, not to be confused with the English slang term beeper, meaning a pager. Backwards? Yeah, like instead of putting the tracker on the money, they put it on you. Hitomi frowned. I don't see how I could possibly have a tracker on me, she said. I mean, I'm just wearing my clothes from home. Oh, well then, how is he doing it then? It's also not hard to do as long as the carried person has an around the carrier shoulder. It's fairly easy. Yeah, but still, you know? Barely a moment passed from the moment he got the words out of his mouth. Once again, the man with the cane stepped on the road ahead of them. It really did seem as if he'd known exactly where they were going to be. How the hell is this happening? Achi groaned. He reached for Hitomi's waist, ready to pick her up again. It's okay, I can run by myself. Achi took her by the hand instead, and they raced into another alley. It was nice to meet you too. Thank you for passing by. It's so weird to call you Pooper Zero, and I can't call you Zero because we already have one of those. Oh, is Soup? Soup a nickname? Please call him Soup, okay. Thank you. This guy just will not give up. At the far end of the alley, he could see a forklift parked beside a pile of cardboard box. Is Achi forklift certified? Achi decided to throw the boxes at their pursuer. Ah, it's the burner thing. It's Tama's story. Hop into the forklift and drive at the assassin. Drive it at the assassin? Ooh. Ah. What do we do? Throw the boxes at their pursuer, or hop into the forklift and drive it at the assassin. That would take a while. As someone forklift certified, it's not hard to get. Yeah, but it's a meme. I don't know why it's a meme, surely. But it's a meme to be forklift certified. Want to say the forklift? Let's just try. I love the cinematography of the game. But then again, he has a gun. Yeah, that's why it's dumb as shit. This ends now. Achi leapt into the forklift and hit the ignition. The engine roared to life. He lowered the forks and stepped on the accelerator, picking up the pallets of the cardboard boxes as he charged toward the man with the cane. The tower of boxes struck the man with a thud. Achi kept accelerating, driving him back a good 10 meters or so. The gunman let out a low grunt at the impact. Achi then hit the brake, shifted back into reverse, and hit the gas again, backing up as fast as he could. No way that worked! The boxes crashed down in a heap, burying the assassin underneath. Several small bottles spilled from the broken cardboard and shattered on the pavement. Get all of these bottles and empty them on him. He'll never wake up. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform had come running at the sound of the forklift. Sorry, man, gotta run, Achi explained as he jumped from the vehicle. And don't forget to recycle that glass. It absolutely worked. Forklift can actually go a lot faster than you think if you're flooring it. Color me surprised. He took Hitomi's hand and sprinted away down the alleyway. The sanitation worker glowered after him, then turned and gazed despondently at the jumbled pile of boxes and broken glass. Poor dude. And also poor Tama when she finds out. Their ragged breathing echoed through the maze of side streets. All that work just to wind up fleeing for their lives again. Achi ground his teeth in frustration. There are two main types of teeth grinding. The subconscious act of gritting one's teeth together while sleeping, which I am doing, by the way. Gritting one's teeth together as response to anger or frustration. Here we have an example of two. At roughly the same time, Minoru Minorikawa is grinding his teeth while trying to keep up to his schedule. And they have a sharp enough turn radius that even if someone tried jumping on the side, you could easily turn and still hit them. Well, maybe forklifts are more impressive than I thought. The subconscious type can give you headaches, so be careful with that. There's nothing I can do. It would cost way too much to have what are they called? The piece of plastics that have the same shape as your teeth. So you put them in, and in your soup you cannot grind that because it's kind of soft. I know my mom has one pair, but I don't have the money to do that. I do this subconscious one in my sleep too. It's from my mom. I just know it. Zero, are you here? Can you explain why you've been opening Fallout 4 like 5 times already? What's up? What's wrong? I love using my Steam privileges. It's very funny. I've been half asleep before I was doing it. I cringe so hard. I can hear myself snore. It's horrible. When I'm about to sleep, I can hear myself snore, but just once, and then I wake up. And I don't exactly remember it, but I know I woke up myself. I woke myself up. It's like those dogs that fart and they wake themselves up and they're like, "What happened? Dude, you farted." Waking yourself is hilarious. It's very not when you have trouble sleeping. And then when you're sleeping, you're waking yourself up. Come on now. I would pay good money to see that. What the fuck? No. Trust me, you don't. I hate the fact that I snore. I hate that. He groaned when they slowed down to catch their breath at last. I'm so sorry. Hitomi was nonplussed. Sorry, whatever for? I keep saying how I'm going to help you, but instead I just keep putting you in danger. Achi, no. If you hadn't been with me, I'm sure I'd already be dead. No. Achi hurried to cut her off before she could finish. That phrase is one that pisses me off. Which one? There's a bunch. Don't go there. Please. He sighed, then spoke again more quietly. I just want to help you. Clenching a fist, he looked up at the sky. Because he is a protagonist and he needs to act like one. A tiny sliver of blue was visible through the narrow gap between the buildings. Hitomi hung her head. A self-aware and accountable man. He's such a good guy, come on. Honestly, I can't believe how much you've done for me. I do appreciate it, but still. The length you've gone to? Achi looked at his feet, then drew himself up. Well, I admit it's not just because of some gut instinct or your love for the environment, he said. There's another reason I'm doing this. Nonplussed in its own opposite. It's a contronym. It's so weird. Why use that? There is? Achi paused, searching for the right words. They've known each other for 1 day, by the way. I've got a little sister. Her name's Suzune. She's cute and smart. Kind of the exact opposite of me, you know? His voice took on an uncharacteristic solemnity. But she's got a weak heart, so she's in the hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with wanting to help me? Back when Suzune was first admitted, I'd go and visit her every day. But she... Achi, you don't need to come visit me every day, you know? The quiet hospital room made Suzune's voice sound all the more frail. What are you talking about? Achi said. You know I'm worried about you. I'll be fine on my own, really. Achi had heard that line before. The more she insisted she was fine, though, the more reluctant he was to leave her. Besides, aren't you the amazing guy who helps hold Shibuya together? They need you out there. Achi didn't know how to respond to that. Much as it was flattering to think he played some important role, He was really just hanging out and goofing off with his spells. It certainly wasn't anything for his sister to be proud of. I'd rather you spent your energy helping people who need it more than me. What do you mean, people to who need the help more? Who could possibly need it right now more than you? Archie scratched his head in confusion, and his sister gave him a weak, tiny smile. You'll figure it out, she said. I'm sure they'll find you soon enough. But I'm gonna be here with you. I'll be fine. Suzune's face was pale, but her tone was firm. My big brother is gonna be out there, doing his best to help people. That's what makes me happy. That's what keeps me going. Her voice was clear and unwavering, as if to head off his rebuttal. All right, Hachi said with a reluctant sigh. So then, I guess, I'll just go out there and help people who are in trouble? Satisfied, Suzune smiled. Thank you. And can you promise me one more thing? Of course, anything you like. He thumped himself on the chest. If you're going to help someone, make sure you see it all the way through to the end. Okay? Achi is Majima's sister. Majima's sister? He has a sister? Achi? What? Achi is the guy? I don't get it. Okay. No calling it quits partway through, yeah? You got it. I just worry, Suzune said. I know you have a tendency to lose interest in things. Look, don't sweat it. I swear I won't give up on this. Achi stuck out his pinky finger. But I want you to promise me something in return. Promise me you won't let this thing beat you. Suzune hooked her little finger around her brother's, her sad smile fragile as glass. So, did she win or did she lose? And so there you have it, Achi said. Kind of a rubbish story, I know. Not very funny. So your sister's heart condition, it's pretty bad? Achi nodded. You know, she called me amazing. There's nothing amazing about me. Suzune, she's the amazing one. My bad, Suzune is Majima's little sister from Yakuza. Majima has a little sister? I know about Makoto, but you can't call her a little sister. We're pretty much sure that they were in love. She's been in the hospital so long, in so much pain, but she never complains. All I do is hang out and goof off with my friends. Yeah, it's just because Achi doesn't feel like a Majima. It's just like he was hanging out with what's her name already? Hitomi. Kind of like Majima did with Makoto. But otherwise they looked nothing alike, I think. He gave her a shrug. But I just kept thinking about how happy she'd be if I really did help people. It had turned out that finding people in need hadn't been all that simple. The only helpful thing Achi had been able to think of was going around picking up trash. And that's why Suzune's idiot brother left SOS to be Shibuya's garbage man. Did your friends know? Hitomi asked. About your sister? I didn't tell them. I didn't want to pin this all on her being sick. Ah, I see. Achi the bro, Suzune the sis, Hitomi the love interest. Yes. At least now Hitomi understood what the fight with the local toughs had been about. The sound of approaching footsteps jerked them back into the present. The man with the cane appeared at the end of the alley. He raised his gun. There was no time to flee. Achi quickly stepped in front of Hitomi. If you shoot us here, people are going to come running, he said. I'm guessing you don't want to get pegged for murder? I'm guessing you don't want to get pegged for murder? The assassin didn't flinch. Stay out of my way, Achi. This time there was no doubt. The gunman had spoken Achi's name loud and clear. How do you know who I am? The man stared at him through the sights of his gun. She has to die, Achi. It's for your own good. What? What does he mean? Hitomi whispered. Achi, what is he talking about? Achi's mind was a whirl. Things were coming at him too fast for him to process. I don't know this guy. Hitomi, please, you have to believe me. But... Hitomi took a doubtful step away from Achi. The assassin didn't miss his opening. He quickly aimed at her. Cut the crap, man! What do you mean killing her is for my own good? Once she's dead, you'll understand. The gunman's finger tightened on the trigger. Please be a keep out. Or A to be continued. Okay, thank God. We one-shot that thing. So now we go to the journalist. Minorikawa. Minorikawa stood on the sidewalk, weighing his options. Chiaki's phone call had thrown him for a loop. He had expected her to be anxious about doing interviews, but wow, she was a real basket case. Still, that didn't change the fact that he had a schedule of his own to keep. The surveillance camera story had to be his top priority. Chiaki would just have to find some way to fumble through things on her end. He headed down on Dogenzaka, scanning his surroundings as he went. There were cameras set up on streetlights all over the place. There were so many it was hard to believe he'd never noticed them before. One over there, another just over here, electronic eyes peering down on passerby from high above, where they were tougher to spot. Just how were the people who came to Shibuya reacting to the situation? Hey, you there! I see you over there. Hey, you there! I see you over there. Minorikawa called out to a man riding by on a bicycle. Hey, you! Stop! Hey, that's the guy he saw last time. That Achi saw. The one he mistook for a garbage man on the train track. Elite bull knowledge. The man brought his bike to a sudden stop. Taisei Yasuda, proprietor of a knick-knack shop in Udagawacho, roughly 30 minutes earlier, while he was wandering along the GR tracks picking up lost and abandoned items, Achi foisted off his trash onto him, and so he's in a bit of a foul mood. Since then, he's been going along on his bicycle, still picking up things from the roadside. There's a trunk on the back of his bike where he stores his finds. Huh? What's the matter? He asked. Hi, the name's Minoru Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer. Okay. I'm just doing interviews for a magazine, and I'd like to talk to you. A magazine? Which one? 4-Star General Gossip. Minorikawa did his best to sound proud. Oh, well, I'm actually in a bit of a hurry here. Minorikawa soldiered on. See that? He pointed at one of the nearby surveillance cameras. What? The man asked. The blimp? A massive blimp was indeed drifting slowly overhead. A type of aircraft that floats using the lift provided by an enormous envelope filled with lighter-than-air gas. This envelope, the balloon, is often used for corporate advertising. This particular blimp has been puttering about the skies above Shibuya since last night. Ooh, is it gonna be significant? No, the camera! The camera watched them both in uncaring silence. Oh, that. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? Those cameras have been installed all throughout Shibuya. They're taking in anything and everything. Privacy be damned. A shocked pallor came to the man's face. Oh, really? He muttered uneasily to himself. I guess I should be careful next time I go picking stuff up. Hey, what are you talking about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, nothing. Just stuff. Way to dodge the question entirely. Anyhow, I think there are some good things about the cameras too, the man said hurriedly. Oh? Minorikawa asked. Such as? Well, I mean, they must have helped catch some crooks, right? Yeah, I think you're right about that. Oh, I am? The man looked shocked to have his own statement confirmed. Are you hiding something from me? Huh? No, nothing in particular. The man shook his head vehemently. Nothing at all, really. Well, whatever, Minorikawa said. In any case, even if the cameras are helping in arresting criminals, there are some places where people just don't want to be watched. What? For instance, how would you like it if someone set up a security camera inside your home? What do you mean? I mean, a burglar might try to get into your home. If you had a security camera, you could be alerted right away. Isn't that kind of an extreme argument? Nope, you're the one making the extreme arguments here. What? The man stared, bewildered. You're saying it's okay for folks to film people around town as much as they might like, but not to take a look inside people's houses? Yeah, I guess I am. The man mumbled. Minorikawa snorted. You don't think too deeply about things, do you? He mocked. The man huffed in indignation. I don't see the problem, he said. I mean, it's a normal enough opinion to want to bring down crime, but also protect privacy. Well, yeah, so if they're just going to set up cameras around town, I'm okay with that. Minorikawa grinned inwardly. You're being naive, he said. Way too naive. Naive about what? By now the man was getting worked up. Once you start letting people watch you some of the time, you'll eventually let them do it more and more. That's how the world works. A simple change in camera angle is all it will take to steal the last traces of your privacy away. That's kind of funny coming from you. Doesn't First Talk General Gossip get all of its scuttlebutt by invading the privacy of others? Since when are you people concerned with personal privacy? Meaning what exactly? Minorikawa asked. You know damn well what I mean. Have you no shame? I've got nothing to be ashamed about, Minorikawa exclaimed. If some celebrity scandal breaks, I write it up in the form of a top-class socially conscious expose. That's the Minorikawa seal of quality. The man rolled his eyes. Please, as if anyone's ever heard of that. Your everyday freelance reporter would say something about how security firms have no right to use cameras to disrupt personal privacy. But not me. Oh no. I'm the only guy who'd write a first-class piece on the subject. And you wanna know why? The man's only response was a doubtful look. Because privacy only exists for me to utterly demolish it. Minorikawa finished with a prideful grin. That's nothing but journalistic arrogance, the man railed. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'd rather have surveillance cameras than any day, if the alternative is some weird gossip piece. This time, Minorikawa didn't have a handy retort. An awkward silence descended over the pair. Huh. Right, I see. Minorikawa muttered to himself as he busily scribbled in his notepad. The man was visibly taken aback. Thank you for your cooperation, Minorikawa said at last. You gave me some good stuff. He held up a hand to forestall an angry retort. I realize I probably got you a bit riled up. You'll have to forgive me. What? The man peered up at Minorikawa in disbelief. This is just my interview style. Sorry, I know it's a little unorthodox. Buddy, you're a weirdo, you know that? The man said. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Minorikawa laughed. So can I go now? Sure, I'll quote you as passerby A in my article. Sure, whatever, the man muttered. He quickly sped off on his bicycle. Minorikawa now had some material for his surveillance camera piece. He wanted to organize what he'd managed to put together so far. He decided to head toward his next interview location, keeping an eye out for a cafe where he could stop to work on his copy. He used the map included in the project proposal to guide him. It was hard to read the words and make out the details, but it looked like the Nokane building, where the Burning Hammer demo was being held, was just down Center Guy. There was no indication of which floor the event would be held on, however. That made him a little anxious, but he'd probably be able to find someone to point him in the right direction once he got to the building. He spotted a cafe up ahead. "Coffee, please!" he shouted as he strode inside. He slumped down in an open chair. Hopefully he'd be able to hole up in here up until 1 o'clock, working on his article. If he couldn't have it done by then, finishing the whole issue by the end of the day would be a tall order. He pulled a cigarette from his overcoat as he waited for his computer to boot up. "Sir, you can't smoke inside, right?" Having a smoke was Minorikawa's little trigger for going into writing mode. The state of being in a mood to write some text. As Minorikawa goes about his job, he switches between writing mode, interview mode, food mode, and sleep mode. When busy, he'll sometimes go into writing mode and food mode at the same time, sometimes even straying into sleep mode in the midst of food mode. When he's even busier, he'll eat and write mid-interview while nodding off. This is known as ultimate mode. How does he do that? He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and lit it up. With the first heavy draw of smoke, he felt his mind focus. The rough idea for his article came to his head nearly fully formed. All he needed to do now was get it all written down. Finally, his laptop finished booting up. "Took you long enough, pal," he muttered to the computer. His hands leapt to the keyboard like a predator pouncing on its prey. In a matter of moments, he had his strides. His fingers clicked away. One by one, lines of text filled up his screen. "Damn, that's the same brand that my father used to smoke." A waitress stepped up beside him. "Excuse me, sir." But Minorikawa was in writing mode. He didn't even hear her. "Sir? Sir, I beg your pardon." Again, Minorikawa was deaf to the waitress's attempt to get his attention. "Sir, excuse me." The waitress smacked the table. "Quiet!" Minorikawa snapped. He slammed the table right back. "Don't interrupt me when I'm working. Not if you know what's good for you." The waitress didn't so much as flinch. She leaned in aggressively, getting right in Minorikawa's face. What a queen. Ikumi Omiya, employee at Collabo Cafe. It's a very unfortunate name. In French, collabo means people that collaborated with the Nazi. But appearing cute and demure at first glance, she's quite strong-willed and frightening when angry. She works night at a place called the Scolding Pub, where customers rent private rooms in which they are scolded at length by attractive girls. One middle-aged businessman once told her, "Your face looks simply marvelous when you're angry." "Sir, I hate to bother you, but I have to ask you to please refrain from smoking." Minorikawa blinked. "Huh? This is a non-smoking establishment, sir." "No smoking?" Minorikawa asked. The cigarette bobbed in his mouth as he spoke. The waitress pointed sharply to the sign on the wall. The words "no smoking" were spelled out clear as day. "We ask that patrons please do not smoke so that other customers can fully enjoy the aroma of their coffee." The waitress drew herself up in arrogant triumph. A woman sitting at the table next made a face as she tried to fan the smoke away with her hands. Customers all around the shop were glaring at him. "You guys don't know the first thing about the aroma of coffee," Minorikawa scoffed. The scent of coffee only truly comes to life amidst the choking stench of tobacco smoke. The waitress's only response was to jab her finger again. But this time she didn't point at the sign. She pointed to the door. Sir, if you're going to smoke, please take it outside. Sometimes later, sitting inside the Café Lautrec, Minorikawa lit up his third cigarette. At last, a safe refuge. It had taken him quite some time to find a place that allowed smoking after he got kicked out of the first cafe. In recent years, many cafes and restaurants have phased out the concept of the smoking section in favor of prohibiting smoking across the board. This makes a place like Lautrec especially important to smokers. There are large air vents in the ceiling to help keep the interior more agreeable for those who do not smoke. Now he was in a rush to make up for lost time. His fingers flew over the keyboard at lightning speed. The more he wrote, the harder he focused. At this rate, he'd have the story wrapped up in no time. Today, you hear me? A voice intruded sudden A voice intruded suddenly on his awareness. One of the other customers was shouting, "You're breaking up with that fellow today!" Minorikawa's finger drifted to a halt. He looked around to see where the voice had come from. An older man, red in the face, was shouting at the young woman who sat across from him. "Please, Dad!" The woman pleaded. "Stop! You're making a scene!" Ah, a father and a daughter then. It was rare, nowadays, to see a father behave so imperiously toward his own daughter. Just how sheltered had he been trying to keep her? Minorikawa couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but his interest has piqued. Should he move to another seat where he could take a look? No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. What should we choose? No, I think. I remember Kano's ending, the bad end, being because Shizuo, I think the name was. I think Shizuo had been bothered, and so his mood was already pretty bad. Last time he didn't do the article was bad. No, I don't think we were that far. But I think no is the good answer too. No. He reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. Besides, if this young lady looked anything like her father, he'd just as soon pass. Minorikawa went back to his typing. It took a few minutes to re-establish his writing groove, but the two still bickering across the room. But thankfully, he soon regained his focus. What's that? A strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. Upon looking up in confusion, he found his attention drawn to a young woman at another table. And then one of these, and one of these. Oh, and this, and this, and this, and that too. She finished with a broad grin. Let me just repeat your order back to you. One Japanese-style beef patty, one spicy fish roast spaghetti, one chicken casserole, one French onion soup, one fruit parfait, one chocolate parfait, and one deluxe chocolate parfait. Goddamn woman! Will that be all? The waitress anxiously awaited confirmation. Ryoko Kakinuma, a second-year student at Midoriyama Academy's law school, she was hustled by a pair of hustlers on her way to work and showed up 5 minutes late for her shift. The managers told her that those 5 minutes were coming out of her pay, so she's a bit irritated right now. Chocolate sounds so good right now, especially puffed chocolate. Yeah. You forgot the large caramel shake. The customer was a full-figured young woman, ensconced as a nearby table. Oh, my apologies. The waitress quickly jotted down the addition to the order. That will do it for now, the young woman said. For now? Yikes. She's actually planning on ordering more after that? Marveling at the display of appetite, Norikawa went back to typing. Now what? He heard a strange beeping sound again, subtly different than the first time. And this time it was closer. Seriously, what the heck is that? I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. Well, never mind, I need to focus. You need to focus. I need to focus on finishing this article. Minorikawa immersed himself in his writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. I am curious, though. The plump young woman set about devouring all the food she's ordered despite the strange looks she was getting. Now that was an appetite to be reckoned with. It took her under 3 minutes to polish off the lot. 3 minutes? No, come on. What a nice sound. Totally not annoying. Yeah, it's a bomb. Then, looking not the least bit sated, she picked the menu right back up. Was she seriously going to order more? Minorikawa was starting to take an interest in this young lady. There might be a story here. He conjured up a series of headlines in his mind. Woman inhales 30,000 calories in 3 minutes. This is the equivalent of 100 pieces of shortcake, 300 glasses of milk, or enough steak and rice to feed about 30 people. Chiri is clearly a speed eater. Basically, a gas is infused in the churning of the chocolate, and when it hardens, it creates hundreds of little tiny pockets of air in the chocolate. Oh, it's airy chocolate. It makes the chocolate significantly more creamy. Chocolate mousse is so good. Mousse, M-O-U-S-S-E, not a mousse. That sounds yummy. No, he needed something with more punch. Food for thought, an expose on obesity? Obesity? No, that was no good. He wasn't writing for a fashion mag here. A gourmet day in Shibuya. That was it? He'd be able to whip something up if he went with the foodie angle. Minorikawa got up from his seat. God damn it. That's pretty impressive, he said to the hungry diner. Do you always eat that much? The young woman glared back at him. Not always, she said. Suddenly tension filled the air. Oops, was that way too blunt of me? While mousse is a liquid or gelatinous, this is still normal hard chocolate. It's not really liquid, it's mousse. Maybe I should change up my approach. Who the heck are you anyway? The woman asked. I'm a freelance writer. I was hoping I could do an interview with you real quick. You want to interview me? The suspicion was plain on her face. I do. I mean, girls all over the world worry about their diets, right? I hear that, yeah? So would you be willing to share your secret or your technique or whatever for how to eat without getting fat? What, me? Sure. I mean, look at the figure you're maintaining despite eating all this food. The young woman's expression brightened up. Oh, you noticed? There's actually a lot that goes into all this. Yeah? The basic thing, though, is to eat 10 meals a day. 10? I'm over here eating 1. Minorikawa struggled to keep his jaw from dropping. 10 meals a day? She flashed him a chubby-cheeked grin. Haha, you don't know how diets work, do you? She chuckled. Eating only 1 or 2 meals a day, that's what will make you fat. Well, yeah, because your body thinks you're starving yourself regardless of the amount of food you're taking. So it's storing fat to compensate, because he's like, oh, we're living through a famine. We need to go in protection mode now. We need to keep that fat. You gotta space your food out into smaller portions throughout the day. That's the fundamentals of dieting right there. Oh, I used to do that when I was younger. That's just because my stomach was tiny, obviously. So I would get hungry a lot throughout the day, but I wouldn't eat much. But I would eat more frequently than people. Though those 10 meals need to be significantly less calories than an average meal. Yeah, basically you take an average meal and you cut it more. Alright, but what happened to the smaller portions part? Yeah, Minorikawa had to bite his tongue. Ah, I see, he said. Any other pro dieting tips you could share? Well, for the basics, I'd say always drink protein instead of tea, yeah? Drink protein all day? Seriously? Once again, it took all of Minorikawa's willpower to keep his thoughts to himself. Yeah, because apparently weight gain / loss is all about your daily calorie intake. Yeah. If you want to burn fat, you need to exercise. That's a rule. And also be in a calorie deficit. It's so painful, I don't care anymore. I eat if I'm hungry, and I don't eat if I'm not hungry, and if I'm still hungry, then I eat more, and I don't give a shit. Weight loss is made in the kitchen, not the gym. Both go hand in hand. If you just eat less, your body is gonna start to store your fat, regardless. Now, if on top of that, you exercise also, it will burn that stored fat. The body is made to contain what it needs, and your body needs some amount of fat to survive, because your body doesn't know if you're in a crisis. If you suddenly go on a diet and that's it, it's not gonna do well. It's gonna be like, oh, there's something going on, we need to keep what we need. It's gonna store fat. It's gonna store fart. Which is exactly why, Shadow, I'm telling you, it's hand in hand. If you want to lose fat, you need to eat less calories, be cautious of what you eat, and also exercise. You can't just exercise and not care about your calories. If your goal is weight loss, if you just want to be healthy, just going to the gym if you're not used to it, that's fine. If you want to lose weight, you need to do both. You need to be careful about what you eat and make sure to burn a good amount of calories in the gym. If you just do one or the other and you want to lose fat, that's not gonna happen. Depending also on your genetics, obviously. Some people, they might get away with doing one or the other and still lose weight, but that's a minority, I would think. Personally, even if I don't eat much, I only eat once a day, I still gain fat pretty substantially, because my genetic, like what I have, is I have a sport crazy family. My body, my genes are used to working out. So if I don't work out, regardless of what I eat, I will get fat. Regardless of what I eat. I eat a third of what I used to eat before, but I was exercising then. I don't exercise now. I'm fatter than then, obviously. Because for me, I'm pretty sure I am one of those people that can do one or the other, by the way. I can eat whatever I want. If I exercise, it means nothing to my body. I'll be skinny. That's just how my body works. Not everybody. Let's see, what else? Oh, there's this stuff called burning hammer too, but she trailed off with a little wince. Wait, Minorikawa perked up. Did you say burning hammer? Oh, you know it? I've heard of it anyway, Minorikawa replied. He decided he was better off keeping his plans to head to the sales demo a secret. There's a sales demo later on, if you're interested, the woman said as if she were reading his thoughts. Though, full disclosure, I am working for them right now. She handed Minorikawa an advertising pamphlet. There was a more detailed map for the venue included. What a stroke of luck! Now he didn't need to rely on the crummy map in the project proposal anymore. He'd have no trouble finding the venue with the building's various floors all broken down for him. And actually, I gotta get back to work, the woman said. Sure, thank you so much for your time. She did not pay, did she? I'm going to hang back and finish up my copy here. The woman left the cafe and Minorikawa went back to his laptop. He'd gotten some new info on the Burning Hammer sales demo, but he'd also lost some more time. Their surveillance camera piece still wasn't finished. It was going to be a near thing to get it done before the sales demo started. Yet instead of returning to his writing, he got out his cell phone. What if Toyama had gotten another of his crazy ideas? If he'd tried to hang himself again? The thought had Minorikawa too worried to work on his copy. Damn, he can't focus. The phone rang several times before someone picked up. Mr. Toyama, where are you right now? Minorikawa asked. Right now? I am on the run somewhere near Shoto. An upscale residential district. Despite being smack dab in the middle of the city, it's a quiet neighborhood, rife with greenery. The residence of the former governor of Tokyo is here, built on a massive 2,200 square meter plot of land. There's a shady hotel district a short walk to the south, making for quite the juxtaposition. Toyama was speaking in an oddly hushed tone. Shoto? After you left the office, some guys came by to collect on my debts, so I might have run for it. Okay, so he wasn't dead, but the situation was still pretty bad. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, Minorikawa said, hoping it was true. Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. You need to get back to the office ASAP. ASAP, why? Keep your head down? Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. Stay where I am? But what am I supposed to do? Toyama's voice dropped in and out. It sounded like he was moving quickly. Find some place to hide and just lay low for a while, Minorikawa told him. All right, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Ooh. I believe it was... Who was gritting his teeth? It was Achi, right? Pretty sure Achi was gritting his teeth at some point. When? Uh-huh. It was way before, no? Aha! I hope I did the right choice for the guy. Minorikawa took a look at his wristwatch and gritted his teeth. By the way, what sort of impression do you have on this wristwatch? Just respond with whatever happens to come to mind. Where? Where am I supposed to give my impression? Guys, what do you think about this wristwatch? It's kind of bland. I don't like the shape. It's alright. Too fat. Yeah, the shape isn't my favorite. You know what my dream wristwatch is? I don't have a model in mind, and it's way above what I could ever probably afford. But I like those wristwatch that almost don't tell you the time. Cause it's like some of them it's like, um, okay, the arrows, it's part of an art piece, but the arrows, there's no numbers each time. There are never any numbers, but the arrows are something. So, like, imagine a bird, and the arms are like branches of a tree that's behind the bird, and that's what tells you the time. But honestly, you just watch the art. You don't watch for the for the hour. That's what I want. It's so pretty. It's so intricate. I love the inner workings of a watch. It's so fascinating. It's so tiny. I was just about to say I can do without numbers and maybe smaller notches. I mean, these are still quite big for watches, but they're nothing like Rolexes or stuff like that. I don't like the look of those. I love watches with no numbers. I think I know the ones you're talking about. Yeah, it's more of a work of art, automated by the same type of mechanic workings that as a watch that you can put on your wrist. It's more that than an actual watch, though it still functions as a watch. Extremely expensive for a watch that you need to think hard to read the time on them. But God, is it pretty! All my watches that I've ever had were more on the artistic side, more than the useful ones. They were more pretty than anything. Damn, is it that late already? He needed to head for the sales demo. The surveillance camera article wasn't done, but he just have to leave it where it was for now. As he was slipping his laptop back into his bag, his cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw Chiaki's name listed as the incoming caller. Tiggy is form over function. I have said that a lot of time, especially for games. I'm extremely superficial when it comes to some things. I like the look before I look at the other stuff. I do. Fuck. What's the thing with books and covers? I do look at the cover of a book before I look at the inside of it. If I don't like the outside of the book, I might not get it, even though it might be a perfectly fine book that would be perfect for me. If the cover looks like trash, I don't want to buy it. You judge a book by its cover, yeah. But literally, in that sense, an actual book. There are books that I bought because they were pretty. I had some luck because they were good books too, to my taste. And for games, I don't like games that have an artistic style that I don't like. I'm super superficial. But not for people. For people, I don't care. I'm superficial for the superficial stuff, funny enough. Now that I think about it. Was she done with her interviews? Nah, for games, that makes total sense. I mean, you have to stare at it for hours. Obviously, it matters to me, but I get that there are some games that don't look appealing. However, it might be the best experience you ever had. But also, it's kind of like Journey. Journey as a game, it's a bad game. It's a walking sim. However, as an art piece, as a interactive art piece, it's beautiful. And then you can look at the little hints of a story and make your own story, so it's interactive in that way too. It's a beautiful experience, but not a good game. But I still like it and I would still recommend playing it. That's why I keep pushing Cocoon to you. The artistic visuals are amazing. And that's why Lucas had to pay money to make me play Deponia. You need to pay me to play games that look bad. Hurriedly, he picked up. Chiaki, how's it going? Several wet sniffles came through the receiver. Hey, are you crying? It's no use. Chiaki's voice was, indeed, punctuated by sobs. People won't stop to talk no matter how hard I try. Oh, come on! This again? Really? I can't do it. I don't worry about baby. Just please let me go home. Minorikawa was already operating on a too tight schedule. Much love. For him, I'm sure it was worth every penny. I did promise, that's the thing. Base Tiger is based. He'd probably pay twice as much too. He might need to pay for each game. Imagine if I did that. Because Deponia is not just one game. How to milk your community 101. Ew. He didn't have time to worry about Chiaki on top of it all. Look, just slow down and take a breath. Try and keep at it a little longer. He should have seen this coming when he first called her. Her shyness was practically pathological. But if he cut her loose now, all this frustration would be for nothing. But I can't do it, Chiaki whined again. Please, just forget you ever called me. She hung up before Minorikawa could get another word in. He tried calling her back, but she didn't pick up. Damn it, Chiaki! Don't you dare bail on me! Leaving money for his coffee on the table, Minorikawa jumped up and bolted from the cafe. He is fucked. The plaza outside Shibuya Station was as crowded as ever. Minorikawa looked around, but there was no sign of Chiaki. She bailed. Minorikawa dropped to his knee in despair. Oh wow. His last hope had up and left. There was no one else he could even ask. Damn it. Alright then, fine. I'll do it myself. He dragged himself back to his feet. Alright, listen up, he shouted at the passing crowd. I'm doing straight interviews here, starting now. You guys, shut up and help me. I mean, don't shut up, but help me. He is always pointing. Iwuna blowing way too much time just to get 2 pages worth of content, leaving himself unable to finish the other articles. In the end, the issue of 4-star general gossip never made it to the newsstands, and Heaven Publishing went down for the count. What did I do? Where did I go wrong? What, is this Phantom of the Opera? Something like that. Chiaki calls it quits. Don't tell me I need to talk to her. Without Chiaki, Minorikawa just couldn't get the gossip finished in time. What made her run off though? Chiaki shows up in Kano's story at 12:10. One of the decisions there is what ultimately put her over the edge. But I listened to her! Kano 12:10. Time chart. We don't question her? I thought it was good for her. Probs not at that moment for me. It was less about Deponia and more about Tiggy challenging me and not expecting an answer. So that's the trick. So I don't question her? Oh, maybe we were too hard on her. She can't be involved with this, can she? Sasayama flashed him a skeptical look. Don't let your preconceptions get the better of you. Could get you killed. Fixed notions one has about something before the facts are known can be a hindrance to thinking freely. If you think about it too hard, you might fall victims to the preconception that preconceptions themselves are always bad. I know that, but still, she doesn't come across as involved to me. Kano knew better than to judge people based on appearance, but he was still convinced the girl wasn't part of this gang. She just struck him as far too, well, inept, really. Alright, I'll go look into the girl, Sasayama said. You keep following the attaché case. Kano nodded and hurried after the man. I'm pretty sure I can go back now. Um... So is she good? As he was slipping his laptop back into his bag, his cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw Chiaki's name listed as the incoming caller. Was she done with her interviews? Hurriedly, he picked up. Chiaki, how's it going? Uh, are you crying? It's no use. People won't stop to talk. This again, really? Huh. Ah, okay. Look, just slow down and take a breath. Try and keep at it a little longer. He should have seen this coming when he first called her. Her shyness was practically pathological. But if he cut her loose now, all his frustration would be for nothing. But I can't do it, Jackie whined again. I'm sorry, I really am. Look, just calm down. Minorika was practically screaming into his phone. Just stay where you are until I get there, okay? Got that? Whatever you do, just don't move. Leaving the money for his coffee on the table, he strode out of the cafe. Street interviews were tougher than they looked. Not many random passerbys were willing to stop and do a back and forth. Still, being able to talk to people on the street was a fundamental skill for a freelance reporter. All Minorikawa wanted was for Chiaki to put in a little effort and make it happen. Although he found her personality frustrating, he actually quite liked her writing. Reading her words, you'd never guess what she was like in person. If she could just break the right story, he was sure readers would be quite taken with her. There was no time like the present. Coffee sounds good. It does sound good. The plaza outside Shibuya Station was as crowded as ever. Minorikawa looked around and soon spotted Chiaki. Hey, what are you doing? He asked. He was hunkered down in front of the statue of Hachiko, squatting in an odd position she was. Might I say, I really love like the outfit of little children. Like when they go to school, they have their own uniforms. I think it's lovely. Like the color, it's pale blue with a yellow hat. It's so cute. A group of kindergartners was gathered nearby, peering at her with sadness in their eyes, like she was a stray dog or something. A pair of girls from Midoriyama Academy's kindergarten. They always hang out around the train station after school. They're quite fond of killing time inside of the Tokyo 5000 series display car, the new landmark by the Hachiko entrance. The beat cop at the station's police box has nicknamed them the Kinder Partners. Aw, cute. What's this all about? Minorikawa asked. This is how I ended up when I. This is how I end up when I lose all my self confidence. I just wanna hide. Oh, for crying out loud! Get up, will you? I don't wanna. Stop crying. Chiaka, Chiaki sniffled and wiped at her eyes. Hey, little branch. The white little branch has appeared. It appears, yeah. Look at them! Ah, look at them! Cute. Let me ask you this. Minorikawa stared down at her. What was it that made you want to be a freelance writer? I. Oh, well, I guess because I wanted to try my hand at writing. A dangling bit of mucus bubbled in and out of Chiaki's left nostril as she spoke. Ew! Okay, Minorikawa followed. And why is that? Um, well, I'm too embarrassed to say. Jackie hid her face in her hands. Okay, never mind that then. Right now, you have a task that's been handed to you. You can't just say you can't do it. Minorikawa tried to keep his tone calm. No magazine in the world is going to let a novice writer just write about whatever they want. You have to prove yourself first. Get your fundamentals down. I already know all that. Minorikawa took the notebook from Chiaki's hands. Hey, she squeaked. Wait, you've only talked to one person so far? There sure wasn't going to be a story in that. Yeah, well, not a person exactly. Hmm? Wait, what's this here? A cat? No, I mean, yes, there was a person in a cat costume. I thought since I couldn't see their face, it'd be easier to ask them stuff. Fine, whatever. Now go back out there and get some more. Minorikawa steered Chiaki down the passing crowd. What, now? Look at the little child, they're doing the same thing. They're also pointing at her. Yes, now. We've got no time to waste. I'll even stand by and watch for a minute. Now, enough with the excuses and get out there. Ah. Minorikawa looked on as Chiaki wandered through the crowd. Her anxious demeanor seemed to repel everyone around her. On the rare chance she did manage to flag someone down, the way she stammered through her initial questions made them take right off again. They're so stinking cute. I love their little bag. I want one. I love blue and yellow. After a minute or two, she shuffled her way back, shoulders slumped. See? It's hopeless. Okay, some advice. First off, you aren't approaching the right people. Some people are clearly in a rush, you know? You're not going to have much luck trying to flag down a businessman who's visibly in a hurry. Now, folks who are waiting on someone, couples, groups, they're going to be less on their guard. But, I mean, if I do manage to nab someone, how do I keep the conversation going? Jackie asked. That was indeed the tricky part. Whenever I get an answer I'm not expecting, I get all flustered. Jackie, have you ever played tennis? Does she look like she played tennis? Tennis? Well, yeah. Color me surprised. I was in my school's tennis club. She struck Minorikawa as being more the manga club type, but that was neither here nor there. Okay, that will make this simpler. What's more fun, rallying with an opponent or hitting the ball off of a wall? Off a wall is so miserable. Rallying with someone else, of course. Minorikawa gave a hearty nod. And why is that? Because when you hit the ball off a wall, you already know where it's going to come back to. Revelation dawned on Chiaki's face. Oh! It's the same in interviews, Minorikawa said. Don't get flustered. Enjoy the rally. But I don't think I'm composed enough to enjoy it. Don't overthink things. Just let yourself enjoy the small talk. Small talk? Oh, I'm sure I'm not any good at that. She was starting to waffle again. Okay, let me ask you this, Minorikawa said, taking a step closer. Are you happy with your life right now? I'm not happy with my life right now, no. Shaki muttered. She hung her head in dismay. Okay, so start with that, Minorikawa said. Huh? Shaki blinked a few times as she lifted her head back up. I'm not happy with my life right now. But what about you? Like that. Oh, okay. A sliver of liveliness had crept back into Chiaki's voice. Minorikawa jabbed his finger right in her face. Right there, he said. Put on that face when you flag people down. Chiaki's smiles widened. Ah, I'll give it a shot. Thank you so much. Sure thing. Good luck. Chiaki strode enthusiastically into the crowd and tried to flag down a Westerner who was walking hurriedly past. Uh-oh. Oh, is it how to become racist? Are we saying like every Westerner in Japan is sus now? We can't be doing this. Did she even listen to a word I said? Minorikawa felt his short-lived triumph melt away. Am I just going to have to teach her everything again from scratch? Then he paused in surprise. Hold on. Okay, good. Whoa. Chiaki had snatched the man by the arm in an attempt to get him to stop. He looks like just the profile. Doesn't he look like what was his name again? Ah, I have it on the tip of my tongue. The guy that played Jumanji and Secret Poet Society and Peter Pan, but as an adult. His daughter's name is Zelda, and he is a tragic person. Robin Williams, thank you. Doesn't he look like him from just the profile? Maybe a little skinnier. May he rest in peace. What a beautiful man he was. Before long, it looked like the two were engaged in some kind of animated conversation. Maybe she would get an interview out of this after all. Heck, the look on her face was actually somewhat confident. Is she talking about his dick size? That would get the game banned in Korea today. I can kinda see what you mean. I got Andrew Garfield a bit, but maybe it's the hair. The hair, definitely. Yes, little branch, anything to add? I guess it was Dead Poet Society. He was wearing an outfit very similar. Sometimes people could surprise you once you got past their surface issues. Now, Minorikawa could head to the Burning Hammer sales demo with a little more peace of mind. Speaking of which... Crap, what time is it? In a panic, Minorika checked his wristwatch. Think about this wristwatch. That will tell you how you think about the opposite sex and whatnot. What do they mean by that? What do they mean by that? Think about this wristwatch. That will tell you how you think about the opposite sex and whatnot? I'm confusion. Especially... Oh. Come on, phone, you can do it. Especially after our previous analysis of the watch not too long ago, yeah. But I don't see the correlation. Truly. The demo was set to start in less than 5 minutes. Uh-oh. He really was cutting it close. Minorikawa sprinted through the intersection, heading for Center Guy. Analyzation. Oh, it's a real word. Sorry. What's the difference between analyzation and analysis? Is it only in medical field analysis? In French, it's the same word. Okay, which one have we not done? So we cleared pretty much Kano. Have we? For Kano? Did we get the bad end for him? Okay, you changed the whole thing. I think it's the same, to be honest. Should have just used analysis. It's not on your end, that's for sure. Yeah, they all wear the same outfit. He's starting to wonder. The first page of the Dick Diary. I was about to say I think it would change since she has more confidence now than before. Yeah, but not for Kano. Kano is going elsewhere. The hostage safety. We saw that. Surely that won't change the flashback. Get on with it, please. Yeah, if a scene isn't allowing you to press down for skipping, just press down on the next page and see what it does. Okay. I tried at some point and it didn't work. But thank you. Thinking back to the way Tateno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. Shoot, it's bleeding pretty bad, he heard someone say behind him. That's new. He turned and saw two young men carrying another along. That's the guys that Achi beat up. There was a towel wrapped tightly around the third's head. Hey, what happened? Kano asked. Shut your mouth, Kano blanched. Candy attitude, he's trying to help. Another voice cut in. It was Sasayama. Had he finished dealing with the girl by this station then? What happened to your friends? Out of my way, man. I am afraid to kick your ass. Look, cut the crap and let me take a quick look. Sasayama unwrapped the towel from around the young man's head. Oh, that's nasty. The young guy was a little more than a kid. His head was soaked red with blood. He appeared to be unconscious. They couldn't just leave him like this, but they were in the middle of a job. They should probably call juvenile affairs. Ooh. They were in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like this. They should probably take him to the hospital. Ah! I mean, they can't let him like that. They should call an ambulance. Why is that not an option? Call an ambulance. Basically, what happens after the flashback is that the guy that Achi beat up, the ones that are part of SOS and Kiryu, remember? They come in and one of them probably kill you. I don't remember. Oh, no, the guillotine! That's the result of the guillotine! The guy that got guillotined is bleeding heavily from his head, and Kano and Sasayama found him. Now we have two choices. Either we hand them to juvenile affairs because they are in the middle of a job, or even though they are in the middle of a job, they can't just let a kid like this. And they should probably take him to the hospital. And I'm like, I see both of them. Like, yeah, they're in the middle of a job. If they leave, they might. But he just said that tracking the other guys were not gonna lead anywhere. Let's take him to a hospital. Take him to the hospital. They were in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like this. They should probably take him to a hospital. Kano offered to help carry the bloodied young man, but Sasayama stepped in front of him. He quickly flashed the two youth his badge. Oh crap, you a cop? Sasayama nodded. Who you kids with? The Bamfs? Shibuya's number 2 gang. Its leader, Sohei Ikari, has gathered up some big, mean dudes in an attempt to make Shibuya his turf. The gang's leadership is inferior to that of SOS, but on an individual level, its members tend to be stronger in a fight. Word is that the rise of the Bamf, I would love to know what it stands for, is one of the reasons SOS has been growing more combative recently. SOS? SOS, admitted one of the young men after some hesitation. Who attacked you? Yo, it ain't like that. What was it like then? Infighting? The young man was silent. Sasayama must have been right on the mark. In the course of his police duties, Kano picked up a fair amount of street gossip from the young people in Shibuya. Lately, the scuttlebutt about the legendary SOS gang was that they were dealing with some internal strife. Look, don't worry about it. I get it. There's a hospital just down that way. Hurry up and get him there. The young man batted off Sasayama's offered hand, then quickly hauled his friend away. Sounds like SOS is on the verge of breaking up with all this infighting, huh? Kano asked. He kept his eye on the young man as they headed off. Yeah, seems like it's been pretty rough. What with the original leader leaving and all? The detectives in juvenile affairs were well acquainted with SOS's original leader. That would be Achi Endo. Initially, SOS was nothing more than a small group of like-minded young people who hung out together. But as its members grew, the general public began referring to the group as a gang. Word has it that back when Achi was in charge, gang members never started any conflicts themselves, but simply responded in kind when others brought fights their way. Achi is no longer like that anymore. I mean, they used to be good. Like, SOS used to be good. It's when Achi left that they started being an actual gang that were bad. Oh, I remember my chance. Thank God. Don't ask me to remember you guys of stuff. I swear, even if I try, unless I remember to write it somewhere, there's no way I can remember. The stories were like something out of an after-school special. There were tales of them taking down gangs who sold drugs to kids, or breaking into Yakuza front offices to save their friends. The detective with juvenile affairs took these stories with a grain of salt, but if there really were young people like that out there, Kano hoped to meet them someday. You probably will. The detectives had to hurry to catch up with the man they were tailing. He was still strolling along, seemingly in no particular hurry. They kept him in sight as he crossed another pedestrian overpass and circled back around. Honestly, I remembered more that I wanted you to remind me something than I had to go through like 5 stages of thinking to remember what it was for. I get it. Still following the same MO, huh? Sasayama grumbled. Guess so, Kano said. How did things go with the girl? He was careful not to take his eyes off the mark as they talked. You were right. She's not part of this. Just one of those street evangelists or something. Oh yeah? Yeah, she kept asking me, but are you really happy with your life? Wigged me out. I bailed out of there quick. Poor Chiaki. So, Sasayama? I'm thinking the attaché case is going to get handed off again any moment now. Huh? Sasayama peered at the mark, who was scanning the plaza he'd just entered, apparently looking for someone. I take one side, you take the other? Kano suggested. Sasayama's eyes went wide. Say what now? That way we apprehend both perps involved with the handoff. Sasayama did not reply. Look, HQ isn't thinking about the hostage's safety, Kano said. But that needs to take priority here. Sasayama's face took on a rare solemnity. Disobeying a direct order is not something to do lightly. A detective's behavior is governed by the Local Public Service Act. Article 32 states that a detective is to faithfully follow the orders of his superior in the course of his duties. Violating this is punishable by a warning, reduction in pay, suspension from duty, or dismissal. In the event of a warning, not only is the individual expected to submit a formal letter of apology, but pay rises may be delayed or performance bonuses cut. Then, after a moment, he added, But I'm on board. I'm sick of all this wandering around anyway. That's the Sasayama I know, Kano replied with a chuckle. Sasayama gave him a silent thumbs up. The two detectives took up position on opposite side of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready? He asked. Just give the word. There were only two non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surrounding anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And then... Well, if it isn't Mr. Toyama! Kano's ears perked up as the sound of an aggressive greeting, the voice dripping with feigned cheer. He whirled around to see two rough-looking young men confronting a father and his daughter. The older man looked pained. Please, just hold on, he said placatingly. I thought we'd agreed on 4 o'clock? The young man snarled. Don't you try and play dumb with us, buddy. It's nothing like that, I swear. My girl was just hungry, so I just stepped out to... Yeah? How come you didn't just order delivery, huh? Ah, yes, right. I suppose that will work too. Placate. Placatingly. Don't you haha me, man. Kano watched the argument uneasily. The stranger's altercation put him in a bit of a spot. The crook he was tailing probably wouldn't risk handing off the case with an uproar like this going on. What's going on over there? Sasayama asked. I'm not sure, Kano replied. Looks like some kind of argument. The suspects are gonna get wary on us. It's gonna screw up the whole handoff. Yeah, I know. So do something about it and get over here, Sasayama said. What? Find some way to shut them up and then get over there. Oh, sure, alright. Kano headed toward the argument. He was only halfway there when Sasayama called again. He sounded panicked. Hey, Kano! He made a run for it. Huh? Oh, crap! The man they've been tailing had vanished in the brief moment Kano had taken his eyes off of him. Wait up, Kano shouted. Sasayama was racing after the suspect and Kano rushed to join him. The man was surprisingly quick, however, and neither detective managed to catch up. In fact, they soon lost sight of him amidst the teeming crowds. Frantically, they dashed through the streets as fast and as hard as they could. So we need to go back to the reporter when he was on a call with his boss. I'm gonna call him his boss, but he's freelance, so he has no boss. And tell him to not stay where he was and to go back to the office. We lost him, Sasayama admitted at last. Damn it! He stamped his foot on the asphalt in disgust. Director Kuze? Kano gasped over the wireless. I'm sorry, but we lost the man with the attaché case. There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. Kano braced himself. He wasn't going to be able to weasel out of this one with just a I'll do better next time. Sasayama, Kano, get your asses back to the precinct. Kuze, out. With that, Kuze switched off the line. Back to the precincts. Kano knew full well what that meant. They were off the case. There was a gnawing in his guts. If those two punks hadn't shown up, no, if that father and his daughter hadn't turned up, he might have been able to apprehend the suspect. Don't let it get you down. Don't let it get you down, Sasayama said. I mean, paper pushing can be kind of fun. The look on his face, however, suggested he didn't think it was fun at all. Not one bit. With the air of two men heading to an execution, Kano and Sasayama trudged back toward the Shibuya precinct. Back to the precinct. Kano was taken off the case because he lost track of the suspect, thanks to a random altercation nearby, and his glum conclusion was correct. If that father/daughter duo hadn't shown up, this wouldn't have happened. A certain someone needs to give those two some better advice, and a certain other someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. Both of those are key to changing poor Kano's fate. Outside of the house? I mean, we haven't gone to the scientist yet. So, Minorikawa. Previous time blocks are shown above. Protagonist's action can only affect other protagonists with the same time block as indicated by the red circle on the chart. Decisions made in one time block do not impact storylines in different hours. If you get stuck, make sure to check decisions and jump points to the current time block. Was it this one? No. When was it? When was it? Ah, there it is. You need to get back to the office ASAP. The office? But they'll find me there for sure. Toyama's voice was little more than a pathetic whimper. It's a little bit of reverse psychology. The last place the debt collector are gonna think you went is back to the office, right? Ah, I see, Toyama said. He sounded impressed by the suggestion. For now, just stay hidden until I can get these articles finished. Alright, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Hey! And now we go back to Kano. Let's see, because we didn't get the house bit. Maybe that's with the scientist. I don't know. The two detectives took up position on opposite side of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready? He asked. Just give the word. There were only two non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surroundings anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And then... Well, 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 if it isn't Mr. Toyama, what is he doing there? Kano's ears perked up at the sound of an aggressive greeting. So he's still there. Okay. Nobody is in the house. Ooh, Tama. A cat? Huh. Minorikawa. The person in the cat suit. Let's see. I love Tama. What should I do? Where could the truck that took the burning hammer possibly have gone? I'm standing there, racking my brain when I hear a voice call out from behind me. Excuse me. She's so cute. Are you, happy with your life right now? I turn to see a woman holding a notebook. Huh? I mean, just sorry. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? I do not have the time for this right now. I'm more than a little busy. Oh, no. I mean, I understand if you can't. She's giving me this hyper-intensive stare. I can't tell if she's trying to be intimidating or if she's actually afraid of me. Something about her is definitely off. Way too jittery and suspicious for my liking. Whatever she wants, I'd rather not get involved. I'm actually pretty busy, I say. Oh, I mean, just real quick? It'd be a huge help, please. But, please. Really. Please. She bows so many times she looked like one of those drinking birds. Funny. A toy bird that functions by means of a simple heat engine mechanism, causing it to continually dip its head into liquid and then rise back up, sometimes falsely claimed to be a type of perpetual motion device. Once a common sight in offices the world over. I can't help, but I feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. The girl is kinda creeping me out. I decide to ignore her and move along. My grandma is obsessed with those little knickknacks. I like the eagle that stands in perfect balance in the tip of your finger, and it makes no sense. I like this one. And also the little seagulls that are... they have strings on the wings. And so if you pull a string that's on the body, it looks like they're flapping their wings. I like these. I like these a lot. I want to be nice. I can't help but I feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. Alright, but please make it quick. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. She goes back into drinking bird mode. So, what was the question? Oh, right. Um, so, are you, happy with your life right now? Well, right now, as you can see, I am a cat. I'm a kitty cat, and I'm yum yum meow, and I'm yum yum meow. Cat. I'm a kitty cat, and I'm yum yum meow, and I'm yum yum meow. Cat. I'm a kitty cat, and I'm yum yum meow, and I'm yum yum meow. Oh, a cat. Yes, I see. A cat. So, yeah, I'll put down cat. She just writes the word cat in her notepad. Right. Thank you. Huh. Are we finished already? Uh, yes. Yes, we can finish right there. She hangs her head a little and looks away. Well, that sure was quick. I'm not sure I get what it was all about. Did I really give her enough to be useful? I doubt it, but hey, at least it was over fast. You're playing with a cat character in Rig right now. Make her do a little cat dance. I head off in search of the burning hammer once more. No matter where I wander though, I don't spot the truck anywhere. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demo's supposed to start. I'd better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Chiri had better luck in her search? She was at a restaurant, the girl. She did nothing. Back at the break room, I met with Mr. Yanagishita, who positively radiates despair. This was terrifying. Did you find it? I'm sorry, I tried. Yanagishita's shoulders slumped further at my response. Animations are not quick, and I literally opened this right for the first time like 10 minutes ago. Kitty dance! Make them squishy. You know what I realized? Why this part it worked so well? They use way more SFX in here. They use some in the other ones, but it's more like ambiance. To make sure you understand what the action off screen is, or like some tic-tacs for the wristwatch, stuff that just enhance your immersion. This one, it's purely illustration purpose SFX. Like the little when he hunched back down. Have you heard from Tiri? I asked. No, nothing yet. I guess she's our last hope. All of a sudden, Mr. Yanagishita holds up a pendant. The situation's rough. I'd like you to wear this. Oh, he has one himself. What did you do, sir? What else did you buy? It's a miracle stone like the one... Oh, it's a miracle stone like the one I saw back in the storeroom earlier. This ought to kick up your luck a notch. Now I see that Yanagishita is wearing another miracle stone around his own neck, using one bit of sham merchandise to help find another. Nice. This is the pinnacle of pitiful. And that's what this is. Hurry up, put it on! Before the luck runs out. Mr. Yanagishita's eyes are all bloodshot. Something tells me that refusing his request wouldn't be wise right now. With the fur! After a moment's hesitation, I take hold of the pendant. The stone is blue and glittery. Is that Chiri? Is that Chiri? Mr. Yanagishita squeaks. He whips out his phone. Oh, no, sorry, he mutters after listening for a moment. I think you have the wrong number. Guess it isn't Chiri after all. Okay. And yet he stays on the line. Her little big paw, yeah. Huh? Really? His tone suddenly does a complete 180. Yes, please, thank you so much. As soon as he hangs up, Yanagishita strikes a victory pose. I want to see it. It's a miracle! Burning Hammer is back, baby! Huh? The recycling guy realized his mix-up and returned the boxes to the loading dock. Whoa, for real? You girls did great! Thank you! From the bottom of my heart! I've never seen someone come so close to literally jumping for joy. I'm going to go prep the demo room. Tama, you go bring the burning hammer inside. With that, Mr. Yanagishita practically flies out the room. No way. I murmur to myself, it's all broken inside, isn't it? Oh, this thing didn't actually work, did it? I examine the miracle stone more closely. It just looks like some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I actually get paid my 20,000 yen. Hey, it's worth a shot. With the miracle stone still clutched in my hand, I hurry out the loading dock. I'm telling you, she's never taking that costume off. I brace myself before actually stepping out the door. It's not there! Where is it? I look around. I look and I look, but I see no sign whatsoever of any burning hammer. In a panic, I call the recycling guy. Well, I definitely returned it to the loading dock. I can assure you of that. If you're telling me it's not there now, unfortunately that isn't my responsibility. He hangs up. Didn't even sound like he cared. I look around a little more, but to no avail. Yeah, it's definitely not here. Did someone else take it, maybe? As I hang my head in dismay, a middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform passes by, hauling a big garbage bag. He flashes me a curious look. Achi took it. He destroyed it. What do we do, Tama? Mr. Yanagishita freaks out when he hears the burning hammer's missing. Please, you gotta give me something. I'm not really sure, sir. Now my boss is an even bigger wreck than he was before. This job is toast. Any money I was going to get paid is going up in smoke. Just like all my hopes and dreams at this point. I guess maybe we could try selling the anagochis? Or something? It's not much of a suggestion, but it's all I've got. He was so happy, yeah. Mr. Yanagishita looks at me intently. What did you just say? Huh? What did you just say? Or something? No, before that. I guess maybe we could try selling the anagochis? I can almost see the wheels turning into his head as a smile slowly creeps back into his face. No, don't do this to me. That was so scary. Don't do this to me. That was scary as shit. Where did it go? That's it. He's tweaking. That's it. That's it. I'm certain I see an actual gleam in his eyes. Right then. I guess that's our only real option. No, wait. This is a sign. That burning hammer didn't just vanish by coincidence. Oh no. He jolts to his feet, his eyes still positively aglow. Alright, see you later, Anagochis. We're about to knock you right out of the park. Oh! I probably don't need to tell you how the event goes down. We don't manage to sell even a single Anagochi. Turn out, hey, people are really creeped out by eels, and our customers have no problem letting us know that. Very impolitely, I might add, as they storm away in a huff. Oh, but Chiri said she liked eel salt broiled and in sushi. I hear Mr. Yanagishita mutter to himself as I get ready to leave. If only we hadn't lost the burning hammer, things would have gone so much differently. Or, no, maybe they'd have gone pretty much the same. You know, I probably should have listened to my gut earlier. Agreeing to take on this job has brought me nothing but trouble. This dramatic ass shot, I swear. I love them. Wow. So we are not forklift certified anymore. No, Tama, you got this. I promise, Tama, I will do everything I can. Nobody is going to have any luck selling digital pets to customers who are looking for a health food demo. But why did the burning hammer disappear anyway? Well, the sanitation worker Tama I saw had found another pile of trash to dispose of. Sometime close to 12:40, someone winds up breaking the bottles, turning them into useless garbage. But who is that someone? And what can they do differently? 12:40 at Achi. 12:40. Achi, get in there. It's all your fault. $12.40. We are not forklift certified anymore. Achi, your license has been revoked. But we throw the boxes. That's the thing. We throw them. There's glass in there. I need to drink. I guess we throw the boxes. Achi snapped up the nearest box, turned, and threw it at the man with the cane. The box was filled with something heavy. This uttered some damage. He watched with satisfaction as it struck the assassin in the face. The man staggered sideways. Here, have another! One by one, Achi hurled every box in the pile. And one for the road. Yes, killing him. The last box wasn't properly sealed. It broke open as it struck their pursuer, sending several bottles flying. They shuddered as they crashed onto the street, splashing red liquid. The assassin dropped to one knee, scrubbing at his face with his hands. Achi looked on in surprise. He couldn't possibly have hit the guy that hard. Peering at the man more closely, he saw that he was spattered in red liquid. Apparently, the stuff in the bottles had gotten in his eyes. My mind is blind. Assassin, stop it! Now's our chance. Achi took off with Hitomi, leaving their pursuer kneeling in the alley. That should be enough. Time chart. Tama. We go all the way back here? Okay. Oh yeah, because she finds it. Obviously. No matter where I wander though, I don't spot the track anywhere. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demo's supposed to start. I'd better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Thierry had better luck in her search? Back at the break room, I am met by Mr. Yanagishita, who positively radiates despair. You know, I'm not making fun of you. Yeah, but I like to say, stop it! It's funny. I think also it's pretty audible that English isn't my first language, so I think anyone who comes in this room for 10 minutes would give me some slack. At least I hope. I hope. It's amazing to me because that's how I always remember to spell it. As in assassin. I don't see the mistakes in my ways though. Let's power through. Pew. So maybe the miracle would be Thierry that found it. You You just wanting to tell me to stop. It is completely valid. I like overreacting to bullshit. My mom hates it. I think it's funny as shit. Is that Chiri? Mr. Nayagishita squeaks. He whips out his phone. Oh, no, sorry. I think you have the wrong number. Guess it isn't Chiri. Dance, man. Dance. I just want this as my loading screen. This before the stream. So, is it there now? No way, I murmured to myself. This thing didn't actually work, did it? I examined the miracle stone more closely. It just looks like some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I actually get paid my 20,000 yen. Look, to actually get made fun of, it'd have to be speaking like a 10th rate machine translation, which is very unlikely to do. Or I can just stop doing any effort in my accents, and then that's a punishment. When I feel evil. It's there! It's really here! The cardboard boxes are scattered all around outside. Wait, scattered all around? What happened to them? I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this. Apprehension gnaws at me as I open up one of the boxes. No! I shriek and my vision dims. The box is full of bottles of burning hammer, all of them smashed to pieces. Phrases like, do you really think that could have changed? What? Which is very much failed to be continued. Oh, which is very much failed machine translation. Do you really think that could have changed it just by us listening to us? Wow. That hurts my brain. So Tama's story is over so far. Okay. Now all that's left is Osawa, I think. To be continued. Bad ends because we need 2 people to do the right thing. Osawa, my man, I really liked your story. Tell me. 2 years ago with Maria. The rain won't let up. No matter how much time passes, it just won't stop. Ever since that day, the sound of raindrops has been burned into my mind. Such an awful, heart-rending sound, driving me to strip my life down to shadows. And yet, no matter what else I abandon, nothing will make the sound of the rain stop. King Solomon Pillars. Osawa stared at a postcard that was nestled into the final page of the photo album. He'd purchased it 2 years earlier while on a trip with Maria to the Middle East. Originally used to indicate Iran, Afghanistan, and the region surrounding them, in modern times, the term refers to part of southwestern Asia, excluding India and Afghanistan, and the section of northeastern Africa along the Mediterranean coast. However, in Japan, as well as the US, the term Middle East is often understood to refer specifically to those parts of the region with a strong Islamic influence. So, Does that make me Middle Eastern? I mean, I'm not Northern Eastern African. I'm no Northwestern. So I'm not Middle Eastern, but it is an Islamic region. It's a Muslim country. So am I or am I not Middle Eastern by these standards? I'm confused. I never had to ask myself those questions. And also the am I brown? Because I'm half white for sure. Because my dad is French. But my mom being Moroccan, are Moroccans brown? I wonder. I'm Africo-European? Because I'm definitely from both. Such a weird way to, you know, put people in boxes. To me, in my understanding of the things, right? Middle East, it's in Asia. Doesn't touch Africa to me. Afropean, I actually like it. Africian. Afropean, I kind of like that. It's like Afropean. Afropean. P-E-N. P-E-E-N. I love that word, by the way. I'm Afropean. Middle East is normally referring to the most southwestern Asian countries. To me, that's what it is in my mind when I try to imagine it. But, you know, I don't have. Ooh. Infused science is something that we say in French. As in, I don't have inherent science in my brain. It's a weird concept. Afropene, exactly. The Afropene. It sounds bad. But Afropean, I kind of like that. He'd mentioned that he was being sent there on business, and Maria had just blurted out, "I want to go with you." She'd recently developed an interest in the Middle East conflict, and apparently she had been yearning to see the area firsthand. Is she crazy? His daughter's newfound curiosity had taken him aback. She had always tended to be quiet and self-contained. The clumsy conversations aboard the airplane, the meals eaten together in awkward silence. It all felt like such a distant memory to Osawa now. "Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't let you do that." Oh fuck. I have an eyelash that doesn't want to leave my eye. Leave. Leave me alone. He heard Kajiwara's voice outside the door. "Why ever not? I'm just going out for a bit." The detective was arguing with I. Great. "And just who was it who told me I should try to go about my life as normal, huh?" Osawa's wife sneered. "Ma'am, please, How would you feel about being told to just sit around and wait?" Ai's angry shriek jerked Osawa to his feet. He hurried from the study to try to calm her down. In USA, Eastern is another term for Asia. I guess. Oh yeah, cause y'all's map of the world has America in the center, so yeah, it would be East for you. Because the origins of USA culture comes from Europe, and Africa is all south of Europe, while Asia is entirely Eastern. I mean, to us, it's Western. When highlighting the Middle East conflict term, it makes the disclaimer that more details about the conflict is well beyond the scope of what this game can cover. Ah, I just didn't want to dabble in that. That's why I didn't click it. Sometimes they give real information and sometimes they joke about, and I never know, so I don't test my luck. Ma'am, please wait. But by the time Osawa had made his way downstairs, his wife had already stormed outside, despite Kajiwara's attempts to stop her. Osawa doubted anything he could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving. Trying to physically keep her from going out would only have made for an even worse uproar. He was glad that at least it hadn't come to that. He was turning to head back to the study when Kajiwara caught his eye. Caught his eye. Resigned, he headed down the stairs and bowed to the detective. The creepy one, right? With the banana. Any idea where she's going? Kajiwara asked. I mean, at a time like this? Osawa shook his head. I wouldn't know. I didn't think so. You know, your wife really is something else. Osawa arched an eyebrow. That's one way to describe her. A rather rude way, as a matter of fact. Yeah, this detective here always has a banana with him. Tries to give one to anyone, really. Oh, no offense intended. It's just that ever since this case started, you've both been holed up in your own respective rooms. The more Kajiwara spoke, the more irritated Osawa became. What's your point? He demanded. I just mean, you haven't been having any, marital discourse. According to one survey, in roughly 6% of households, discourse between spouses is largely non existent. Various reasons for this were offered by the couples in question. Many claimed that they were too tired to have the energy to talk, or stated, we wind up fighting when we talk, or we have nothing to talk about. That's sad. Mind your own business, Osawa snapped. Kajiwara dipped his head deferentially. The two of us not talking isn't a new thing anyhow, Osawa added. I have a policy of not having pointless conversations. It is quite common for Kenji Osawa to make it through an entire day without having a single conversation. On many days, he opens his mouth only to eat or brush his teeth. His current record is a streak of 14 consecutive days during which he didn't talk to anyone. Huh. It didn't look as though Kajiwara quite understood. Microorganisms, such as viruses, don't have conversations, and yet still they continually propagate in order to survive. Thinking about viruses, Osawa was back in familiar territory. He felt a surge of confidence. Deferentially. Deferentially. Once you have a clear purpose, conversation is unnecessary. And do you have a clear purpose for the relationship with your wife, Mr. Osawa? Of course I do. To be a family. Arms crossed, Kajiwara struck a thoughtful pose. You don't look like a family. At least I've learned one useful thing today, Mr. Osawa. Namely, that you don't like to have pointless conversations. It's a good thing to know. Kajiwara uncrossed his arms for a moment, then crossed them right back again, furrowing his brow. But see, that's funny. You seem to have a tendency to have pointless conversation with me, and because you keep coming to talk to me. Osawa saw red. You don't leave me much of a choice. Tanaka poked his head out of the living room. Is something the matter? He asked. No. Osawa struggled to regain his calm. Perfect timing, actually. There's something I need to talk to you about. He turned back to Kajiwara. My apologies, detective, but would you mind giving us some privacy? It feels very much like a stage play. The way everything is organized on the screen. Kajiwara didn't move. Detective? Osawa gave the policeman a hard look and saw him crack a smile. Yes, what is it? Kajiwara said at last. Don't you play dumb with me. Give us some privacy. Is this a discussion I shouldn't overhear? Actually, yes. It's work-related. There are business matters I'd prefer to keep confidential. Ah, I see. I just thought about it, but if I ever don't put down how this term is used when helping you with how to pronounce a word, don't hesitate to ask if you're curious. Will do, thank you. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room. Tanaka, Osawa began. About those emails. He stopped abruptly. My god! Kajiwara had reappeared in the living room door, staring right at them. What are you doing? Osawa demanded. Oh. Should I not be watching? Osawa felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel. I mean, you never told me that I couldn't watch. Because it should be obvious. The detective made a scolded puppy face, then closed the living room door. Osawa let out a heavy sigh. He'd never been an extrovert, but he didn't recall human interaction being quite this draining. Anyway, sir, Tanaka prompted. You were saying? Yes, about those emails. Something doesn't make sense. I don't understand how Mr. Makino was able to get the antiviral agent to anyone on the outside. Sharing an Okoshi Pharmaceuticals drug with external sources while it was still under development required the approval of an executive committee that included Osawa himself, so it's not legal. There should have been no way the antiviral could be sent out without his knowledge. Tanaka hesitated a few moments before responding. Are you aware of the strife between the company president and the chairman? Osawa shook his head. He was a researcher through and through. Factional rivalries had no interest for him whatsoever. Held no interest for him. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval too. You know what? Forget about that right now. What do we do about security? In theory, it was physically impossible to get the antiviral out of the lab without detection. Entry to the biohazard laboratory where it was kept required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. Technology that allow an individual's identity to be verified by scanning the fingerprints. It is one element of biometrics, the measurement of physical characteristics to identify individuals. There are even devices that can identify people by checking the veins in the palms of their hands or the irises of their eyes. Oh! Without the two of them there, nobody could even get into the storage facility. Because a dangerous virus is also stored there, the lab where the antiviral is kept is protected by an ID checkpoint, as well as a sophisticated 3-tiered lock system that requires fingerprint authentication. Multiple security guards are also posted outside the laboratory entrance 24 hours a day, making it all but impossible for an unauthorized person to get into the secured storage area. Tanaka followed his drift. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. He inclined his head in thought as Osawa continued. Emma Sky sure would be proud. Emma Sky, where is it from? It rings a bell, but I'm pretty sure I'm mistaken. Hey, could someone have overwritten the fingerprints authentication program? Let's check the entry logs for the storage section. We'll just have to ask Makino in person. So, my thought is, could someone have overwritten the fingerprint authentication program? Very much possible. And the fact that it is possible makes this, check the entry logs, useless because someone could have deleted them. Let's say overwritten the program. Maybe whoever was behind the secret trials had reprogrammed the entry criteria while Osawa was overseas. Fun fact, many parts of the human body are entirely unique to an individual, like one's fingerprints. The sphincter of the iris, the shape of one's ear, one's entire blood vessels map, even the exact sound of one's voice. Do you know it's the same for tiger marks? It's the same, and also that koalas have fingerprints. That would allow them to gain access to the storage facility without Osawa being there. But that would only be possible if they had Tanaka's cooperation. Tanaka's eye widened when Osawa shared his conjecture. "Sir," he asked, "you don't think I was part of this, do you?" "Of course not. I was merely suggesting the possibility." "That's the same. The possibility is zero," Tanaka said. "Making any changes to the system requires consent from the board, including your own personal approval, sir." "Ah, yes, you're right, of course." "Did you know humans have stripes like tigers?" "Yes, and it's so fascinating." "I certainly didn't mean to imply anything. And raccoons have hands, evolved to grab as much food as they can, no matter how trashy. And their stomach can handle bad food. Same as vultures. They can handle rotten things, bones even. I wonder why raccoons have that drive to clean everything, though. Cats can see them? I'm so jealous. So my cat sees me as a pattern freak. Ah, I love them. And did you also know that if you shave a tiger, the stripes remain? It's not just the hair, it's also the skin. Osawa winced apologetically. The living room door opened with a soft creak. It was Kajiwara, and he looked stiff and pale. "Something terrible has happened," he said. Visions of tragedy flooded Osawa's mind. We ran out of coffee. Oh my god. That freak, because all cats have stripes. Yeah, but they don't see themselves. Ah, but they see each other. I'm dumb as shit today. "Maria, is she..." Kajiwara shook his head. "No, it's not that." "What is it then?" Osawa asked, his voice trembling. "Sir, I need you to stay calm." Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. "We are all out of bananas. You see, the toilet's clogged." Plunger in hand, Osawa stabbed vigorously at the recalcitrant toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. A cleaning/utility implement consisting of a soft hemispherical rubber suction cup attached to the end of a dowel. By pressing the cup over the opening of a drain that has been clogged, one can apply suction pressure to jostle the blockage free. Makes a variety of sounds when used, such as glub, glork, schluck, slurp, schloop, and pop. And there's a rare chance for a human to be born with a tail, according to their accompany their usually unused tailbone, although it's generally hairless, usually short, and looks more like a rat's tail. I've seen that. You can only see that in scans, though. It doesn't protrude. Did you know most prey animals see things in shades of green, and tigers appear as basically just shaded objects? Yeah, that's why they can be completely orange in the forest and still be a predator. My brain is having fun with all those fun facts. Sleep, slap, shoo-bidoo-bidoo. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sleep, slap, shoo-bidoo-bidoo. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Kajiwara was at his side, wiping up the floor with a rag. How did this even happen? The detective groaned. Are you kidding? I was hoping you could tell me that. The plunger sucked and slurped at the porcelain basin. This was a first for Osawa. He'd never tried to unclog a toilet before in his life. What kind of privileged motherfucker? Recalcitrant. I can't tell you what it means anymore, sorry. When you're doing something that you don't want to do. So you're doing it, with like some, I wish I wasn't doing that. That's what it means. Because it's the same in French. You're still doing it, but you don't want to. Think of it as a blessing in disguise, Mr. Osawa. What the hell are you talking about? What about this constitutes as a blessing? I just meant that at least this happened before you needed to, do your business. Without the slightest hint of guile on his face, Kajiwara picked up his bucket and headed for the sink back in the washing area. Sucked and slurp is hilarious to hear. I like pronouncing slurp. Slurp, slurp. Grumbling to himself, Osawa pumped the plunger over and over again. This was almost funny. Almost ridiculous, in fact. His daughter had been kidnapped, and he was stuck unclogging a toilet. He was quite possibly caught up in a major corporate conspiracy, and here he was unclogging a toilet. Tanaka poked his head into the bathroom. Did you fix it yet? If you need to urinate, then use the restroom on the second floor. That's alright, here's fine. Tanaka stepped in beside him and abruptly shut the bathroom door. Now, the two men were crammed together in the narrow lavatory. Whatever happens, I don't want to be here to see it. I would say get a room, but clearly you made your choice. I will comment on the bizarre choice of room, though. This is the picture of all time. Hey, Osawa hissed. What the hell are you doing? Tanaka made eye contact with Osama via the mirror. Kinky. He spoke in a hushed voice. I've been waiting. For a moment, I could get you alone. Prepare your butthole! What? Tanaka sidled around to face him, giving him an intense stare. Oh my! Sir, could you please be quiet for a moment? Tanaka had tears in the corner of his eyes. Ooh. This will only take a moment. Osawa could feel the warm breath of his deputy whispering against his cheek. Do you have time to talk about your car's extended warranty? Tanaka reached for something inside his coat. Hey, come on, knock it off! Osawa lifted the plunger like a weapon. Look, if you want to talk, we can do it out there. Osawa shoved Tanaka out of the bathroom. Alright, do as you wish. He accepts the gay. We accept the gay. Have you seen my wife? I'm out. Oh, thank God, a new option. Alright, do as you wish. Waiting for a kiss. Only a moment, I feel sorry for any partner of his. For real though. Osawa closed his eyes, puckered his lips, and waited. Are you sure you're ready for this? I'm not sure. This is happening pretty fast. To be honest, I'm rather nervous. What am I reading? What am I reading? Osawa is ready for it. He is ready. He's about to ask if he has protection. Always protect yourself, kids, no matter your orientation. This turned so quick. I'm about to blush. And Tanaka is about to bust. I understand, sir. I mean, now that I think of it, we do spend day in and day out in that lab together. So how about we spend time in and out of each other? I suppose this was bound to happen sooner or later. Sir, could you please open your eyes? I'd like you to look at this. Oh my! You'll have to forgive me. This is all a bit sudden. Please, sir, take a look. No, I can't. It's just the two of us. It's probably going to shock you, I know. But please, just look. Is it really that shocking? I feel like a high school girl. All the implication, and I know it's nothing like this. I know it has nothing to do with this. Ah! I made a joke about being sorry for having a partner who lasts only a moment, but another streamer made me realize that both too quick and too long are equally bad. Brother, too long is hell. It's hell. I have more than enough time to get bored. More than enough time to start to wish it was over already. I prefer quick and you do it again. Way better. Oh, yes. Very. Now, please, open your eyes. Okay. No, I can't. Sir, trust me. This isn't easy for me either. Alright. Bracing himself, Osawa opened his eyes. Tanaka thrust out his cell phone. Oh, he wished it was something else that he thrust out. Here, take a look at this. Huh? Osawa blinked, bewildered, then refocused on the phone. A dick pic! He could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. It was way too big for that screen! So what is it? What? My heart is broken! What? I'm gonna cry. They're really edging me. They're edging me. They blue balled us for real. And I do not appreciate having blue balls. I keep thinking about Mama's balls, my big milky balls. Who has the biggest you know what? Lian, of course. Oh my. So, keep out is noted to be continued. Bad end for Kano. However, what gives to be continued doesn't necessarily mean... Somebody is supposed to let the CEO, like the boss, in with his daughter. Who? No, Lian had the biggest tool. No, he had the biggest you-know-what. He has the biggest you-know-what. Trust me when I tell you that those types of conversation I do not forget. He had the biggest wang. So what do we do now? Keep out, that means that somewhere there's a jump. That jump's where? father. One of her father's co-worker. Ah, there it is. Okay, I got it. Her father. That's Osama. Osawa. Osama. Oh my god, I'm turning everybody Arab. Akechi was Amin, and now Osawa is Osama. No longer blue bolts. Hell yeah. The end of the edge. Here, take a look at this. Huh? Osawa could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. It was an email from Hitomi. Ah! Stifling an exclamation, he scanned the contents of the message. There's a man following me. He has a gun and I think he's trying to kill me. I am safe for the moment, so try not to worry. I would be shitting my pants if my daughter gave me an email like that. The kidnapper warned me, told me not to contact my family or the police. Please keep this email a secret. But didn't Hitomi give the kidnapper the ransom? Osawa said. What could anyone want with her now? Tanaka shook his head, uncertain. He wouldn't know anything better than I would, I suppose. Do the police know about this? And if so, why haven't they said anything? He felt himself start to tremble as he searched for answers in Tanaka's silent gaze. Do you think this could be related to that other thing? I doubt it. If it were, why would they go after Hitomi? Why would they go after Hitomi, right? I suppose you're right, but Osawa was shaking outright now. Tanaka laid a hand on his shoulder. First, just calm down, and let's think about what we know about the kidnapper. His composure helped Osawa keep himself under control. Oh wow, the toilet POV! The clogged toilet POV, that's a new one. They've taken Maria, the vice director continued quietly, along with a ransom of 50 million yen, and now they're after Hitomi. His gaze sharpened. Sir, do you think this could be someone who holds a personal grudge against you? A grudge? Osawa considered. He couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to attack him. The virus? The inhuman experimentation on humans that you're technically a part of? Maybe. Yeah, you're not the first person to think of this scene like that. It's written like that. It's not me. So that's what it looks like from down there. I am sorry to tell you, there are people who put, like, cameras down there in public toilets. Be careful, they want to see that POV with action involved. Not the ones you would like to see. But be careful where you pee. He didn't have any enemies that he knew of. Maybe someone's jealous that I became head of laboratory? He suggested doubtfully. He had held his position for years at this point. Why would that spur someone into kidnapping his daughter now? I never thought about cameras being in the toilets. And on the toilet bowl, sometimes, you know, there's a ridge where you can get in. That's where the water comes from. They try to get it there because it's, if you're above it, even if it's under that ridge, if you're above, and usually you look at the toilet before sitting down and after standing back up, with the perspective you don't see it. Has anything happened recently? Tanaka asked. Anything strange since you got back from overseas? Since I got back? Osawa's heart skipped a beat, then started pumping faster. The first thing that came to mind was the solicitation he'd gotten from the American laboratory. If he accepted the offer, it would put Okoshi Pharmaceutical in quite a bind. Possibly enough to warrant someone holding a grudge over it. But the only other person who knew about the potential transfer right now was his wife, Ai, whose name starts with an A. who would know all your secrets, and who doesn't care about her daughters. No, Ozawa said. Nothing. Not that I can think of. He couldn't bring himself to discuss the transfer with Tanaka. He felt a surge of guilt for contemplating leaving his trusted assistant behind. If he did make the move to America, he planned to recommend that Tanaka replace him as department director. Still, he didn't expect that to make up for his abandonment. Alright, I'll see what information I can find then, Tanaka said. The kidnapper had forbidden any contact with either family or the police, but Tanaka was outside of that circle, and he knew how to handle himself with discretion. I'm sorry to have to put this on you, Osawa said. And thank you. For now, let's see if we can get Hitomi to exchange some more emails. An uncomfortable thought suddenly occurred to Osawa. He blurted out without thinking, "Why do you have my daughter's contact information on your phone?" Tanaka gave him a worried look. "Sir, I promise I can explain once all this is over." And with that, he stepped out of the bathroom. Asking the right question, yeah. Something in the tone of his final words left Osawa to wonder. Could it be that Tanaka and Hitomi were dating? He hoped dearly for that not to be the case. Their age difference alone made the idea a disturbing one, let alone so many other considerations. Mamoru Tanaka is 40 years old. Hitomi is 19. This makes him just over twice her age. This does not necessarily mean, however, that they could not date or fall for each other. Many couples with such an age difference between them wind up in a happy, committed relationship. I thought he was late 20s at most. Man, they're lucky over there. They age so little. Trying to put aside his paranoia, Osama resumed his struggle with a clog in the toilet. Most toilet clogs are caused by a buildup of flushable paper products or by solid objects inadvertently dropped into the toilet bowl. But shockingly enough, on very rare occasions, they can be caused by someone taking a dump that happens to be that big that it gets stuck in the pipe. Apologies to anyone who might be eating right now. Oh goodness! Kajiwara reappeared, still toting the bucket. You seem to be having a lot of trouble there, sir. He made it sound like the whole mess was Osawa's fault. Of course I am. I've never had to do this before. Really? I think the research you do would be a lot more difficult than this. Fixing toilets gives me far more trouble, I'd say. So it would seem. Kajiwara stood watching, as if Osawa's efforts made an interesting show, because he's bent over the toilet. And he is watching. I don't know the first thing about viruses, sir. But I don't find unclogging toilets to be that difficult, then do it! Oh yeah? Osawa snapped. Then how about you fix the damn thing? Kajiwara really was a world-class pro at pissing people off. Are you sure? You don't mind? The detective asked. Be my goddamn guest! Osawa shoved the plunger into Kajiwara's hands. Leaving the detective to handle the toilet, Osawa marched back to his study. He turned on the CD player and lay back on the sofa, squeezing his eyes shut. He was seriously on edge. Kajiwara had totally broken his stride. What now? The door to the study slid slowly open. It's Detective Kajiwara, sir. Please don't come in here without asking. My apologies, Mr. Osawa. I just wanted to inform you that the toilet has been fixed. Right, fine. Osawa hardly cared. He just wanted this guy to give him a little peace. Oh my, is that really all you have to say, sir? Nary a compliment or encouraging word? Maybe a good job, Kajiwara, or you're getting a promotion, detective. Osawa blew out his breath in exasperation. How? How are you a detective? I'm not sure I get your meaning, sir. You are completely clueless. I'd like to ask your superiors to replace you with a detective who knows how to take his job seriously. Mr. Osawa, with all due respect, it's unusual for a precinct detective like me to be stationed here at a victim's house. What's your point? Not to brag, sir, but I happen to be an exceptional detective. Kajiwara beamed with pride. In fact, I made an excellent showing in the Superstar Detective contest we had on our police social media service. An online platform whose primary feature is allowing people to connect with one another. The police exclusive social media network that Kajiwara belongs to, Paxi, is very strictly regulated, with any abusive language, slander, sexual content, or lame jokes deleted almost immediately. Damn, Lucas would not last a minute. For a moment, Osawa thought the bolt of incredulous anger that shot through him was the onset of a stroke. How could a single person be so utterly infuriating? And you can't tell anyone about this. Kajiwara went on obliviously. But this summer, a new detective manga is starting up, based on me. Planned for serialization in the MPD's monthly PR magazine. The chapter titles have already been decided. Chapter 1, The Fabled Detective Kaji. Chapter 2, Kaji Howls at the Sun. Chapter 3, Kaji Rides the Rails. Chapter 4, Kaji at Daybreak. Detective Kajak. Kaji, Queen of the Streets. Look out, Kaji. Kaji on the edge. Dance, Kaji, dance. Space Detective Kaji, and so forth and so on. I'm pretty sure each of the chapters are references. I mean, most of us would get deleted due to lewd jokes. Just my sheer being is not safe for work anyway. That's so bullshit. Osawa spat out a peal of feigned laughter. A manga? I can tell you all about the plot, sir. Would you like to hear about it? I would not. It's about a telecommuting detective who solves major crimes using just his wits and his computer. Surely you'd like to hear about that, sir? I really wouldn't. I know I may not look it, but I'm pretty handy with computers. Kajiwara's eyes drifted over to Osawa's desktop. Ew! 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 His hand darted to the mouse. In a matter of moments, he cleared the screensaver and booted up a web browser. Hey! Osawa barked. Don't touch that! But he was too late to stop the detective with the... ew, that's been in the toilet. The manager shoved to the page of AyaNet, a fan page devoted to Aya Kamiki. Osawa's imminent rage stroke was beginning to make his vision grow fuzzy. You come to this site regularly, sir? Regularly? Ah, well, I'm not sure I'd... Osawa trailed off, feeling the heat of a blush flare on his cheeks. There's a lot of stuff on this site. Is there a section you primarily spend time on? Well, I mean, for my part, I really only go to the fan forums for folks 40 and over. Aha! With a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes, Kajiwara peered at the computer screen. Having his privacy invaded to this degree was the ultimate disgrace. Alright, Osawa huffed. You're an amazing detective, Kajiwara. Just incredible. I see you in a new light now. Now would you please... get the hell out of my room. Please leave me alone. He got up to leave the study. He tried to usher Kajiwara back out the door. We kick him out. We don't get out ourselves. Unless that's... Is it Osawa that's gonna meet the CEO? The reporter boss? I like the music. That's so old school opening of animes. I miss it. I know, me too. Yeah. Get the hell out of my room. Let's try. Now, would you please get the hell out of my room? He tried to usher Kajiwara back out the door. Alright, sir. the detective said. All right, I understand. I'll leave. But before that, Kajiwara slipped his hand into his pocket. I need a damn banana. It's not that, Mr. Osawa. I have something that I think may be important to you. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort. Was it what clogged the toilet? They did say it was usually a thing. What's that? Osawa asked. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. With some hesitation, Osawa took hold of the bag. It's a plane ticket? That's... The passenger name here is listed as Kenji Osawa. Kenji? In the plastic bag was a plane ticket, specifically the one for his upcoming flight to the US the following week. He'd left it out on his desk. How had it wound up getting flushed down the toilet? This looks like it's pretty important, sir, Kajiwara said. I must say, it was pretty careless of you to accidentally flush it. A wry sort of smile came to his face. Although, the detective added, I suppose the question of who flushed it is another matter entirely. Was it his wife? Osawa was at a loss for words. Someone had tried to flush his plane ticket on purpose. He was sure of it. Could it be Tanaka or his wife? He knocked on the door to Ai's room, but there was no response. It didn't look like she'd gotten back home yet. Osawa let himself in. Spy on your wife. The stinging scent of her perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn all about, as if to put her slovenliness? Don't know what that means. On display. She'd been like this ever since they've gotten married, and Osawa had long since stopped caring. It must have been I who'd tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still, couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he'd been stuck and hunched over the damn toilet fighting with the plunger. I've never seen that word before. There's a lot of words that y'all have never seen before. That means they're barely used. Osawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand name clothing. Then he spotted something odd down by his feet. Slovenly means habitually messy. Ah! What did he see? A lighter? It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up smoking? You're being cheated on. This is the equivalent of finding another girl's fake nail at your boyfriend's room. Or a piece of hair that is definitely not your color. Osawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. He started out of the room, but stopped as he noticed a scrapbook on the bookshelf. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eye. Curious, he took it down and opened it. The book was filled with articles and write-ups about the results of Osawa's research and the company's various achievements. Flipping through the pages took him on a trip down memory lane. There was even an old company memo welcoming Tanaka on board as his new vice director. Is she cheating on him with Tanaka? There was a photo of Osawa shaking Tanaka's hand at the party celebrating his new position. It was a little peculiar to think that she had bothered to keep something so trivial. Maybe because she's not the one who's done it. A series of magazine articles was nestled between the pages further into the book. These hadn't been clipped out for inclusion in the scrapbook itself. Osawa glanced through them. Floundering Okoshi Pharmaceutical arranges marriage of political convenience. It was a self-indulgent piece from some rag called 4-Star General Gossip from right after he and I had gotten married. When the piece had first run, he'd been too furious to read it. Now he gave it a quick looking over. It was pretty much exactly what he'd expected. It talked about how one of the corporate director had sacrificed his own daughter in order to keep one of his researchers on board, allowing someone else to come to harm for one's personal gain. In this case, the term is used figuratively, not literally, referring, of course, to Makino offering Osawa Ai's hand in marriage. So he is wed to the chief of his company's daughter. Okay. Rumor abounds of marital strife between the newlyweds. The article went on to talk about how I had been dating another man before she and Osawa had gotten married. The whole thing was a bunch of puerile? I know the word in French, but this one I don't know in English. How do you pronounce it? Puerile? Puerile? Rubbish. A bunch of... Yeah, that's why I was so mad that he was trying to go to America, because of how it would look with her dad. And also, if she was dating somebody else, and let's say maybe she wanted to get married to that person, and she reluctantly agreed to marry Osawa, maybe she considered it to be all for nothing if the sole purpose of her marriage to him was to keep him in the company. If he leaves, that was all for nothing. They don't look like they like each other very much, do they? She looks like she hates his guts. Any marriage involves some kind of calculated self-interest after all. Whatever the reason for their reunion, nothing changed the fact that I was now his wife. Puerile, juvenile. Puerile. It's the same in French, but the pronunciation makes more sense somehow. With a faint sigh, Osawa put the scrapbook back on the shelf. Feeling disconsolate, he returned to his study and began flipping through his CD rack. His eyes scanned for Aya Kamiki's album, For Tomorrow, Forevermore. A lot of her more experimental numbers were on that album. Given how discombobulated he felt right now, this was what he needed to hear. Again, Osawa reflected on how there'd been a time when he didn't care about music at all. He'd simply purchased copies of the most popular CD of the moment as birthday presents for his two girls. And that had just happened to be an album by Aya Kamiki. Hitomi was thrilled by the gift, but Maria hadn't seemed terribly fond of it. The next day, she tossed her copy back on her father's desk. Figuring that throwing it away would be a waste, Osawa had struck the CD into his computer to give it a listen. Discombobulated is an amazing word. It's both incredible and the dumbest shit I've ever seen. He was immediately bombarded by the intense beats bolstered by bold, uplifting vocals. Aya Kamiki wrote her own lyrics, which did a fine job at conveying the emotions of a teenage girl. Osawa could hardly believe it. After listening to just one track, he was well and truly hooked. Before the day was out, he had purchased her entire discography. Wow. Huh? He muttered. For Tomorrow should have been in the CD rack, but there was no sign of it. Where the heck is it? Why isn't it here? For a moment, he wondered if he was going crazy, and then he remembered. It was at the lab. He'd wanted something to listen to on break at work, so he'd brought the album there. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Not being able to listen to it made him want to hear it all the more. It wasn't like he could just go out and buy another copy right now either. How about YouTube? He'd just have to borrow the copy he'd given to Hitomi all those years ago. Unable to contain his need to hear that music, he went into Hitomi's room. There, he quickly rummaged through the CD rack beside his daughter's bed. Part of him felt like he was being a little sneak thief. According to the email Tanaka had shown him, someone was trying to kill Hitomi. Under the circumstances, he knew that what he was doing was ridiculous. And yet he still couldn't resist the impulse to find the CD. But his efforts were to no avail. There were no Ayaka Miki CDs on the rack at all. Osawa pulled out every CD on the rack, but they were all classical music. He slumped back in disappointment. It had to be somewhere here in her room. Osawa jumped at the sound of his cell and fumbled to get it out of his pocket. Makino's name was displayed on the LCD screen. "I'm out front." That was all Makino said before hanging up. Hurriedly, Osawa began tidying up the CD rack. As he worked, he thought about what he was going to say to Makino. To think that someone had violated corporate policy to such unethical ends. It sullied his research. Osawa wasn't about to let anyone get away with it. And yet, as he was about to leave Hitomi's room, a sudden uncertainty gripped him. He hesitated. Did he have any right to condemn Makino for running trials in secret? Yes? His hand began to sweat as it gripped the doorknob. No, he didn't. How could he? His hands were dirty in all this too. We need to keep this a secret. Just between us. It will be fine. We've already cleared animal testing. The memories hovered. Osawa himself had already administered the antiviral to someone, hadn't he? You did? That changes everything. It was the only way. The plot thickens. Muttering to nobody in particular, Osawa trudged toward the front door of his house. To be continued. Huh. What about Kano? So there is another man? Makino is his chief. It's his boss. And when he found out that there were experimental trials on human using the virus and his antiviral vaccine or whatever, that had to be approved by the chief, but it was using his research in unethical ways. That's why he called him to talk about it. I stepped away to grab a drink. Don't worry, I'm stepping away just to use the bathroom. BRB. Incredible comedy going here. Incredible comedy. So yeah, I might be cheating on Osawa with somebody, according to that lighter. And there's an M. No, I was about to say, could it be Makino? No, that's her dad. That's her dad. Because there's an M on the lighter. Girly goo? Oh my god, what is this? Insufferable Kajiwara. I will try the other option, as in we leave and Kajiwara stays. I was hoping it was drawn out go. It was a drawn out go? Alliteration? What? What? Girly goo? It's alliteration. Sorry, I don't know what that is. Alliteration. Never learned that word. Please leave me alone. Now would you please leave me alone? He got up to leave the study. Sir, hold on. There's something I wanted to give you. Kajiwara reached into his pocket. I don't need a damn banana. Oh, and he leaves, so he doesn't get the plane ticket. Figurative language. What could be girly goo? If you think about it, what could be girly goo? I mean, Sparkly and I probably knows. But for you guys, what could be girly goo? Alliteration is using words that start with the same sound. Tiggy TV told timely tales today. Oh, wow. Why is it a banger, though? So he doesn't get the plane ticket. Osawa fled the room. He needed to be alone, if only for a few moments. But even if he could somehow shake Kajiwara, the other detectives had eyes all over his house. He had reached the limits of his patience. He couldn't even think straight anymore. It's just a banger because of the alliteration. If you use alliteration, it makes things feel more impactful. Got it, thank you. I learned so much today. He headed for the back door, trying to avoid the police. Opening the door quietly, he slipped across the yard out. He slipped across the yard and out through the back fence. He didn't want to venture too far from the house. He found a tiny alley and took cover there, thankful for a few moments to himself at last. While there, he caught sight of a man and a young girl, a father and his daughter, running past on the main road. It looked as if they were running from something. The man glanced anxiously back over his shoulder, dragging his daughter by the hand. Osawa watched absently as the pair rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. Not long after, a pair of thuggish-looking men came running along, heading in the same direction. "You there!" One of them called out. "You see a guy and his daughter around here?" Teruo Toyama and his daughter Hana. They've come to Shoto while running from loan sharks. Just moments ago, Toyama was talking on the phone with Minorikawa. Ah, let's remember it's here. They should have come by this way. There was a hint of menace in his voice. Osawa feigned ignorance. Don't think so, no? Come on, Yutaro, let's go, said the other man. Aight, replied the other. The two dashed off in the direction the father and daughter had gone. Osawa took several long, deep breaths. He managed to calm down slightly, but the worry gnawing away inside him still lingered. That did nothing, though, right? Osawa groaned inwardly when he got back to his study. You're still here. Yes, sir. I was told to keep my eyes on you after all. Believe me, it shows. Mr. Osawa, if you're going to go outside, I'd appreciate if you'd let me know first. What? Had Kajiwara realized he snuck out? he'd snuck out of the house? But more importantly, Katirara reached back into his suit pocket. I've been meaning to give this to you. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort. What's that? Osawa asked. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. Hmm. I think this goes back to what we know. So let's see here. Oh, I don't need that then. Oh, wait. After you left the office, some guys came by to collect on my debts, so I made a run for it. Ah, so that changed. Okay, so he wasn't dead, but the situation was still pretty bad. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, Minorikawa said, hoping it was true. No, it's the same. He can't stay where he is now because the guys are after him. So, did it change? If we get the bad ends, I can just read the hint again. It didn't change. Wow, it's long. Kenna was taking up the case. This wouldn't have happened. A certain someone needs to give those two some better advice, okay? But I did. So no jump? There is a jump, but it comes back to the scene where we give them instruction. So I tell him to go back to the office, but it doesn't change. If I tell them to stay put, it didn't change. And a certain other someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. Maybe I tell them to stay put and for Osawa to meet them. One of the decisions you made earlier you thought was the proper action before second guessing yourself. So maybe they need to stay put. Maybe Osawa can do something? So, let's see. Do I do this? They couldn't just leave him like this, but they were in the middle of a job. They should probably call juvenile affairs. Part of the communal safety section, which handles crimes pertaining to public decency, finances, pollution, and so on. Juvenile affairs deal with misconducts and criminal activity involving minors. Since many SOS members are underage, the Shibuya Precinct's Juvenile Affairs Division has been ramping up its efforts to deal with the gang, although one detective in particular has been using this as an excuse to go on patrol at arcades, ignoring his duties in order to fuel his video game addiction. Let's see. Kano took out his cell phone so he could call the precinct, but Sasayama stopped him and showed the two youngsters his badge. I'll crap you a cop that we saw. I guess it didn't change. It doesn't change. This is so me, the one moment I was stuck for a particularly long time. So are they still here? Yeah, they are. Okay. So what else can we do? There's no way it's here. That's just for the bit. Tama, I don't see her having anything to do with this. Maybe. That we've done multiple times. But if they fight, maybe it's different with Kiryu. I can't just say it. No. Let me struggle. Let me see what happens. In fact, the UI gave you that clue just now. It's more like here, right? Yeah, it's more like this hour. Did you just call him Kiryu? There is a Kiryu in this game. Maybe if they beat each other, they are not found by... But it's not in the hint. Too many characters for me to keep track of, and so far it's not an important character, so... That doesn't make any sense. That has nothing to do with, the guy. What are the options here? Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. What was here? That has nothing to do with it. Why didn't Osawa just keep talking to the thugs? I'm so confused. It changed here. It changed here. It's here that changed. There's no follow up. Please leave me alone. He got to leave the study. And he does get the plane ticket after. Yeah, I can skip. Ah, there. Okay. The man flashed a look back over his shoulder, then took his daughter by the hand and pulled her off the road. They crouched behind some bushes, hiding. As he looked around, wild-eyed, he spotted Osawa watching him from the alleyway. Help! The man called out. Help me! Please! If these guys catch me, I... Oh! The father's eye went wide when he got a look at Osawa's face. You're... Huh? Osawa thought he recognized this fugitive too, though he couldn't remember from where. There are some real nasty guys after us, the man said. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, at least help me keep my daughter safe. Probably you should go to the police if... No, they won't be able to help me with this. Please, I'm begging you. Help. I'm sorry, but... Please, if not me, then at least help my daughter, the man pleaded. Osawa looked down at the girl. Unlike her father, she was calm and reserved. She reminded him of Maria just a little. These people needed professional help. Osawa decided to call the police. Osawa couldn't just stand idly by. He decided to help them evade their pursuers. Sure, let's try. Alright, follow me. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh wow, that's creepy. He led the two back to his house and into the storage shed out back. You can lay low in here for a while, if you like, he said. The shed was fairly large. There was plenty of space for the man and his daughter. I'm so sorry, the man said. I'm not sure how I can possibly thank you. Don't worry, Osawa closed the shed door and headed back out to take a look around. Two thuggish-looking men came running up to him. No doubt, these were the people the father and daughter were running from. You there, said the one in sunglasses. You see a guy and his daughter around here? You see a guy and his daughter around here? They should have come by this way. There was a hint of menace in his voice. A man and his daughter? Ah, yes, I think I saw them run through here. Which way did they go? That way. Sweet, we almost got them. The pair sped away. Osawa waited until they were fully out of sight, then called out the shed. When there's still new scenes available in existing path, it shows up as if you haven't completed that hour yet. Yeah, it's just not a reflex I have yet. Osawa waited until they were fully out of sight, then called out to the shed. Alright, they're gone. Door stayed closed, however. I'm really sorry, the man called back from inside. Those guys might come back this way. Is it okay if we hide out here for a little while longer? He sounded desperate. Pitiful, really. Sure, go ahead, Osawa said. With that, he headed back inside. The camera crew? Oh, they did some interview? Evidently, he just wasn't going to get any time alone today, no matter where he went. And then Kajiwara gives him... Okay. Oh. I guess I need to see it through. Osawa groaned inwardly when he got back to his study. You're still here? Yes, sir? I was told to keep an eye on you after all. Believe me, it shows. Mr. Osawa, if you're going to go outside, I'd appreciate if you let me know first. What? Had Kajiwara realized he'd snuck out of the house? But more importantly, Kajiwara reached back into his suit pocket. I've been meaning to give this to you. He held out a small plastic bag. When you saw that happen? Kenji is his name then. Yeah, on purpose. And now it's back. Okay, so it should be good, right? Time chart. Right. So, if we go back to Kano now. Aha! There's nothing that follows. We've done it. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And sure enough. Hagrid! The second man approached the one holding the attaché case. After exchanging a scant handful of words, he took the case and walked off. Sasayama? I'll handle the guy with the case. Got it. They're going off to platform 993rd. Hurry! Sasayama broke into a run, chasing after the man who'd taken the ransom. Kano hung up his phone and rushed to close the distance with the other men. 9 3/4. I forget. 3/4. Welcome back, Soup. You, there. Stop where you are. The suspect turned, and Kano recognized his face. He was indeed a member of the foreign crime syndicate that operated in Shibuya. What did I miss? A lot. I won't lie to you. Is the hostage safe? Kano demanded. The man's only response was an unsettling grin. Answer me. But though he repeated the question, the man remained silent. Kano took out a pair of handcuffs and reached for the suspect's wrist, took out his phone to check in with Sasayama. Handcuff. The man pulled a knife from his breast pocket and swung it right at Kano's face. Kano managed to jerk away in time, but his momentum carried him too far backward, and he sprawled onto the pavement. Damn! The suspect was already making a run for it. Suddenly, a large car of foreign make skidded to a halt, blocking off the man's escape route. A tall Caucasian man jumped out. He wore sunglasses and a crisp suit. Now cornered, the fleeing suspect brandished his knife. Be careful! But Kano didn't even have time to finish shouting his warning. There was a metallic pling, and the knife went flying through the air. The man in sunglasses had snapped his right foot up, sending the weapon flying. As the attacker's jaw dropped in astonishment, the newcomer proceeded to elbow him right in the face. The blow connected and the suspect went down hard. Ow! The fallen man turned his head to look at Kano. His mouth moved as if he was attempting to say something. He never got it out. The man in the sunglasses kicked him in the face. With a groan, the perp slumped down, unconscious. What happened? The story is long. It wants to tell 5 full-fledged stories simultaneously and doesn't stray away from that. Yeah. Hey, Kano snapped. What the hell are you doing? He stormed over to the man with the sunglasses. Could it be the father? Could it be the father of his girlfriend? There's no way, right? Oh, ooh, who are you? The man nonchalantly dusted off his suit. Is everybody nonchalant in this game? You were ordered to watch and see where these guys went, right? He spoke in fluent Japanese. Imagine that you are a Japanese person who has never been in a situation where you suddenly had to speak to a foreigner. You haven't used English in ages. Your tension grows. You think back to English classes in school, but nothing you remember is helpful. You muster up the courage to choke out a stammered, do you? The foreigner responds fluently, in your own language. Nihongo de daijoubu desu. It's alright, I speak Japanese. What happened to the Japanese sense of honor I've heard so much about? Who are you? I'm from the US Embassy's Regional Security Office, the man replied. An embassy is where ambassadors from a foreign country lodge and conduct much of their official diplomatic business. Under international law, ambassadors are guaranteed diplomatic immunity, and the embassy grounds are considered territory of the home nation. The U.S. Embassy's Regional Security Office is responsible for the security of American diplomatic facilities and personnel, and provides American citizens in Japan with information on public order. It is located in Nakasaka, in the Minato ward of the Tokyo metropolis. He presented Kano with his ID. Jack Stanley. Yes, sure. Jack Stanley. His title was listed as Security Assistant Officer. Kano glanced at the car he'd shown up in. Ah, the car was his. The license plate was blue with white lettering. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs? But the ministry wouldn't just send some diplomat to intervene in a police investigation. Kano pulled his phone out of his pocket. Sasayama's name was displayed across the LCD screen. How are things on your end, Kano? I have the suspect in custody. How about you? Sasayama hesitated. He got away from me. What about the attaché case? I'm sorry, but he's still gotta be around here somewhere. I'm gonna look around some more. Sasayama hung up. What's your name, detective? Jack Stanley asked as Kano was processing this new information. Signed by the ambassador, John Hancock. Yeah, I've seen that. At first I thought it was his signature and I was like, those are not the same names? And then read the rest. Kano, from the Shibuya precinct. Alright, Kano. I'm going to need you to follow my instructions from the next while. Why is that? Instead of answering, Stanley took out his cell phone and made a quick call. After a few moments, he held the phone out for Kano. Here, permission from your boss, he said. What? Kano squawked. Kano squealed. He took the phone gingerly, bracing himself. Kano speaking. You imbecile! What the hell are you thinking? It was Kuze, and was he furious? Understandably so, really. Kano had disobeyed a direct order, and for what? All he'd accomplished was losing track of the attaché case. I'm sorry, sir. You really think sorry's gonna cut it? You're off the force, Kano. Kano slumped, defeated. He had no reply. He knew he deserved whatever punishment he got. Still, orders from up top didn't trump the hostage's safety. If he could have gone back and done it all again, he was sure he'd make the same call. Maybe that meant he wasn't detective material, but so be it. Maybe we call Sasayama? That's what I want to tell you, Kuze continued. But for now, I need you to follow the instruction of the guy there, Stanley. Do whatever he tells you. Sir? Kano hadn't seen that one coming. He's disobeyed orders. That was undeniable. And yes, he knew he deserved a reprimand, but being ordered to tag along with some stranger who's just turned up out of the blue? What the heck? May I ask what the US Embassy is involved with this? No more questions, Kano. Step in line. Please, just hold on. Sir, I have no idea what's going on here. Kuze let out an exasperated sigh. That makes two of us, kid. Oh, he doesn't know either. And with that, the director hung up. It sounded like even Kuze didn't have the whole story here, which meant that orders were coming from someplace higher. A foreign syndicate moving the ransom around, the US Embassy. Whatever was going on, it was more than just a local kidnapping case, and Kano was deep in the middle of it. And what is Achi involved in this? Because the assassin told him that it was better for him. What give? He handed the phone back to Stanley. A few moments later, two detectives from the MPD arrived on the scene. Stanley handed over the fallen criminal to them. You're chasing a bum lead, you know, Stanley said as he watched them carry the man away. What do you mean? Kano asked. I mean, this kidnapping isn't about the money. My priority is the girl's safety. Right now, your priority is doing what I tell you to do. What's the lore update on Achi too? He's being followed, him and Hitomi, the sister of the hostage. He's being followed by an assassin with a gun, like they're being threatened to be killed. Through a bunch of shit, they managed to lose him a bunch of time, but each time he managed to find a bag, so they're probably being bugged. There is something on them, or on her, that tells the perp where she is at all time, and that allows the assassin to come after them each time. But the assassin knows him by name, and he told him, the last time we saw them, that he needed to kill the girl and that Achi should let him do so because if she was dead, it would be better for him, and he understands nothing. He doesn't know the guy. Kano gave him a scowl, but Stanley ignored it. That guy we just arrested, he asked. He tell you anything? No, nothing, Kano said. Really now? All trace of emotion drained from Stanley's eyes. His gaze pierced Kano like icy daggers. It held a glimmer of something dangerous, something Kano had seen plenty of times since he joined the force. He wasn't looking into the eyes of some diplomatic liaison. No. This was a man who knew how to kill, who'd killed people before. With some effort, Kano managed to regather his sense of professionalism. He didn't tell me anything, he repeated. I just know that he's a member of some foreign crime syndicate that works out of Shibuya. I probably know some of their hangouts. Show me, Stanley said, cool as an automaton. We'll take my car. Kano wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his brow as they headed for the vehicle. He was just sliding into the passenger seat when Kuze radioed over the wireless. Okie dokie, folks, listen up. The childish tone was back in his voice, full force. Kano stiffened on reflex. He knew what that meant. So, Hitomi Osawa was gone missing. What? Kano couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't Tateno supposed to be protecting her right now? Also, Detective Tateno hasn't radioed in. And we can't reach him from our end either. No way, Kano blurted out. It can't be. So yeah, Kuze continued, he might have gotten gotten caught up in this incident too. It wasn't like a detective of Tateno's stature to go incommunicado during an investigation. It could only mean that something had happened to him. Something major. To be continued. Wow, did we finally finish this hour? Have we managed to kind of make 1 hour? Oh yeah, we did! Each stream. I would do anything, whatever it took. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Time's up. I'll pay you double what they're worth. Any evidence has been covered up. We done it! I'm wondering if we're gonna get more MCs. I think it's a perfect time. Now on to the 4th hour. Is it the 4th or the 3rd? We started at 11. 11 to 12. 12 to 1. 1 to 2. That's the 3rd hour. I think. Am I wrong? Did we start at 10? We started at 10. My bad. It is the 4th hour. Wow. And we will do that tomorrow. Because it's the perfect time. It's 6 hours. And we finished the thing. I am yellow. The game turned me yellow. Sure, buddy, sure. Thank you for the head pats. My community is very divided. Do we scare her or do we pat her head? Thanks for stream, Tiggy, not a crybaby. So far, nothing to cry about. However, if you saw me playing Persona 5, I cried a bunch. I am very much a crybaby. Which is cute, in my opinion. Miles, go for Miles. What? Do not let Tiggy play The Last of Us. Do not let Tiggy play The Walking Dead Clementine. Not this one. Not this one. Not Clementine. I can't. I know the story though, so I've watched a bunch of playthrough. But if I had played it, I would be crying, sobbing. Oh, I can escape. I can escape the headpad. No! It's the famous PMD Explorers of Sky quotes. Ah. No, no, I'll go bald. If you keep rubbing it, I'll go bald. Ah, no. Did you cancel it? You canceled it, you dumbass. The Guildmaster's third piece of advice and Guild's daily pledge. Stop it! You'll make a fire! Nah! He's gonna break it. He broke it. If you redeem it twice, like in a row, it cancels it. I can literally do that for days with that price. Is it the time to up the prices? Is it time? I think it's time. I'm not liking this. No! Stop rubbing. Sure. You know what? You know what? Sure. Sure. Thank you for the croissant. I just learned that a charity event that I've been following for years. This year, it's gonna be their last. I'm about to cry. It's the 10th anniversary, and it's the last one. Why? No crying? Yes, crying. Why? No. You can always do your own. Come on, buddy. I could, but what charity? A lot of people have some really intense stories about which charity they have. What am I gonna do? Donate to tiger research, like tiger care. Imagine if we do that and we get a pup named after me or after you. Whisper. Whisper could be the name of a tiger cub. Cub. I'm confused. I've been talking for hours. Cut me some slack. Tiger or cats in general, true. If I ever become rich, what I want is one room to be dedicated to the cats, and they have a camera that you can watch 24/7, or like every time I stream. Maybe not 24/7, that sounds like doxing to me. Like you could see them. As someone who has worked with meats, Slack is not a cut of meat, sorry. I don't want meat. I want noodles. I'm sending salmon tomorrow, cause maybe not tomorrow, maybe another day. But when the guy comes in to install the new stoves, he needs to be out. So I'm sending him to the Asian market, and he's gonna buy enough to do noodles and gyozas together. I'm so hype. It's been so long, and we can give them treats. Yes, yes. Cat cam. I wish. You know what I wished? Oh, dude. You know what I wished for? I wanted an aquarium with sea slugs in it. Sea slug cam. And if I do like a subathon or like a marathon or whatever, there could be a sort of. I've been thinking, right? Lots of things happening in that heads of mine. We could do a bid, and the highest bidder gets to name one of them. And I could get an aquarium, but I need a new place. I can't do that here. And we could get sea slug cam. If we're talking aquatic, then I want an octopus cam. I've seen someone with a baby octopus inside a good size for it aquarium, but I'm sea slug brained. I love octopi. They are cool. My father loves them. What is he doing? Hey, what the hell? He was biting down my cotton pads. Um, my cotton pads. Um, what's the name for this? Sachet? He was grabbing it in his mouth, and he was about to take off with it. Thank God it's like attached to my mic arm. I've never seen him do this. Like the crows of the ocean for real. True. Yes, we are missing a cute wiggly sea slug emote. But there's too much. I'm half tiger, right? I'm at least part tigers. You guys are souls. And then we have sea slugs on top of it? What a fiend that man was. Not a man. I mean, he is a tiny man, but that's my cat. I have two cats, one girl and one guy. Now I'm thinking about a crow cam. Crowcam would be nice if I were to, raise crows or whatever, tame crows, which would be incredible. However, there are no crows here. At most, I could do seagulls or magpies. That's what they're called, right? It's a magpie, right? The black and white one. That's super intelligent too, like shiny stuff. But yeah, sea slug aquarium. And if I get rich, rich, cat cam. Feed any crows that shows up near your house and they'll just be loyal. There are no crows here. I'm near the Mediterranean. I hate the English word for this. Mediterranean Sea. And they like to be close to mountains. So no, no crows here. In French, it's Méditerranée. Méditerranée. So easy. So easy. I hate English. I'll learn a whole ass new language and start streaming in that language, anything but French. I don't want. You know what? I'm gonna lock in, learn Japanese, become Japanese VTuber. We all hate English. Let's all switch. Let's all start to learn Japanese together. These seems like pretty strong weapons. They'll help against the raid boss. Zero, I swear to God, I'm gonna learn how to exclude you from this redeem. Huh. Yes, we should all learn Japanese. You know what? As much as I dug on French for having some equally silly pronunciation, I like Mediterranean better. Actually, there's a lot of words you potentially might like better in French. I tried to learn to read what you wrote, Shadow. I only learned like a few hiragana. Some of them I can't yet, but we could look in. Nah, I'm too old to learn stuff like that again. Never too old. Never too old. I got Spanish and maybe German. Is that good enough? We could do Spanish. See you later, Pit. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Rest well and don't forget to wash your feet. It's Hai Wakata, which means, yes, I understand. Y- Separates. Separates. Oh, and a little Russian. Russian is so cool. All I know is Buber. Kurva Buber. I love Buber. As a word, it's so cool. I love them. In that case, let's just say my work exhausts my mental capacity to also learn a new language. Yeah, you need time to learn a new language. It's very privileged as a hobby. If you had the time, you could learn a new language, but not everyone has it. We could do some Japanese studying at some point. That could be interesting. And it would help me lock in. I can't read Cyrillic. Can't read. Russian is essentially caveman speak when you translate it literally, so it actually is pretty easy once you learn their alphabet. I'm sure if I'm gonna learn Japanese with you, you need to learn advanced math. I have said a while ago, like a while ago, why not at some point, if I ever do a subathon again, because math is literally the thing that I cannot do, something fun. Math is fun. The worst part is I enjoy math. That's the thing. I like math. I am terrible at it. That's it. It doesn't stick to my brain. That's all. But I have said one day that I might do, if I ever come to the level to be able to do a subathon, one of the more maybe advanced goals would be learn math learning streams with you guys so you can help or learn. And I need to take an exam at the end. Like a good exam, like relatively good, with the possibility obviously of it being looked over and I am getting a grade. Where table, for example, where table. Ah, sometimes that was that etodioski, which means yes, this Russian. Okay. I am a day one math hater. I tried genuinely. That's the heartbreaking part. I genuinely wanted to be good at math, but my teachers they gave up on me. I was over there in my free time at home, printing sheets to practice at home again and again, with my teachers giving up on me. They were like, "You're okay." In France, when you go into high school, you have after the first year four options. Four options for more oriented studies, right? For the last 2 years. And then you get a specific degree, specific certificate, like high school certificate at the end, related to your oriented path. You have science, shortened to just S. You have wait, ES. What was it? Oh, I can just search it up. Let me search it up. I know they are not in use anymore, but that's when I was in high school. Hmm. Uh, social economics. Social economics. So you have science, social economics, professional, like technical, and then you had literature. That's the thing. I can help with math. This is how all I learned. I had math because I wasted whole afternoons doing math homework, which kept me from playing with Legos. Ah. So yeah, you had science, economics, social economics, literature, and technical. And technical was like professional. You would learn more on the job. I think you had some internship at the end, not internship, but you would go to a specific um place to learn with professionals and stuff like that. Once I was in a math class and I was trying to solve an equation. I don't remember what kind. The teacher looked at me and was like, "You're going to literature, right?" Because in literature, which is not the case anymore, but back then, when you took literature, there were no more math. Not one class of math ever. For the 2 years, it wouldn't be in your last test at the end to get your degree. None. And she was like, "You're going to literature, right?" I was like, "Yeah, I didn't. I was pretty sure I was going there, but I didn't make a choice yet." And she was like, "Yeah, yeah, it's better for you." And after a while, she just told me to be discreet, to not try to even solve the things. She was like, "As long as you don't mess in the class, do whatever you want." As in, I know you don't want to do math, because obviously, if you were, you wouldn't be so trash. That was the implication. Very hurtful. The shade. Yeah, she wasn't very socially apt. with teachers like that. She wasn't exactly mean, but she gave up on me very easily. So I was like, oh, I'm a lost cause. I'm a lost cause. And when you have a teacher like that that pretty much gave up on you, why would you feel like if you tried harder, would you get anywhere? Why are your teachers like this? Oh, she was the only one. I had another in middle school who also pretty much knew. He was like, and I loved him. He was cool. I liked him. He was like, you're never getting anywhere outside of literature when you go to high school, I can tell you. That's when I was still trying printing sheets to study and stuff at home. He was pretty much like, I can't see you getting anywhere except literature because social economics, they had math. She deserves to be defenestrated. Wow. Girl got American teacher despite not being in America. Funny enough, that female teacher, um, she was known for getting like gigantic extensions at the halfway point of the year. So people were like, it's the halfway of the year when she gets suddenly super long hair. That was super funny. But she wasn't a bad person. Maybe a bad teacher, but at least she wasn't a bad person. Because I knew teachers that were good, but very bad people, and I hated them more. It's just like they didn't have time for me. Unfortunately, they couldn't do like special classes for me. So they couldn't do anything. The others were advancing, and I was at a standstill. So yeah, unfortunate, but that's what happened. But yeah, I was playing with the idea of doing a sort of dare that if we got to a certain goal, I would relearn math at least to a high school level and take a typical high school level exam. And I would need to reach a certain grades to pass. But people have no business being in teaching profession, yeah. Bye bye, Zero. I hope you rest well. Don't forget to wash your feet, take showers, and drink water. See you next time. Get that thing off me. But yeah, lots of stuff that we could do. We have a cooking stream to do once I move out. I think all of my goals that are a bit more ambitious, I need to move out basically. I have no space. No space to do anything IRL related. But once I do move out, I have a bunch of ideas. If you want to know my level of math in 9th grades, in my math class, on one test, the teacher had been going over the test result and said the only person who got the extra credit, hardest question right, also got the easiest question wrong. And then he handed me my test and I had the extra credit right. That's hilarious, actually. That's something that I would do too. Not in math, obviously, but like get the hardest one right and the easiest wrong because of stress. That usually happens. But you know what? Those teacher they were right. You guys have um what's that GPA? How do you calculate the GPA? It's GPA, right? Is it throughout the year or is it including the end test? What is it called? The end test. Do you have an end of the year test? Savantism is in its purest form. Saventism. Oh, wow. It's also the tism, maybe. Joking. Again, I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's just an easy joke to do with that word. I like the word, it's an abbreviation, but I like tism. Outside of what it means, just the following of the letters and how it's pronounced, tism, very cute somehow. It's normally calculated by the average of your grades. Throughout the year, well, with easy things, it's easier to mentally skip something on accident, but then harder questions take more mental acuity. Tism, tism, tism. Is it? I don't know. Maybe I like the z. Zum, zum, zum. I feel like a fly. Zum, zum, zum. There's a thing with me and how it feels to pronounce things. Some of them feel good to pronounce, some of them terrible. For us, it's by quarter and finals. Well, for my finals in high school, I had a average grade of, if put on a 5 points, because for us it's out of 20, but for you, if it was out of 5, it would be a 4. I had an average of 16 out of 20 at the end of my high school. We have mentions with our grades. For us, it's out of 4. Out of 4? So if you have a 4.0, it's like perfect? Flies in my room for no reason at all. Zoom, 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 zoom. A4, B3. Do you have B plus, B minus, etc.? Because we have A minus too. So a 4 is a perfect, basically. I have just witnessed the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Have you ever seen a cat trying to sneeze? Eyes almost closed, like about to close, half agape, and just doing this. Oh wow, he looked possessed. He didn't sneeze, by the way. I've never seen that. That happens, apparently, unless he just had a stroke. I hope it's not that. I have not seen a letter ranking on tests since elementary school. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. For us, those A minus B plus are under 3.8 or 3.2. Huh. Anyway, once there are certain goals of grades. If you have a 12, if you have a 14 out of 20, that's kind of good. We have a word for this that makes it more professional, kinda, but that's like kind of good. If you get a 16 out of 20, that's good. If you have an 18, no, that's not it. If you have a 12, it's kind of good. 13, good. 16 and up, really good. And I got the mention really good on my test, so I was very happy. We were two to have that in my class, and we were the only literary class. So little of us would go into that branch at the high school and everywhere, really. We were the only class. We were together for 2 years, the only students. So basically, a 4.0 is perfect. Then they use decimals between. Ah, adequate or something overly pretentious like that. No, it literally translates to kind of good, good, and very good. It translates exactly to this. However, in French, it sounds better. 14 out of 20 is 0.7, so you would have had a 3.4. What about 16? Did I get 16 or did I get 18? I forgot. Let's just say 16. 3.5. That's disappointing. But I was very proud, and my father and mother, apparently they wanted to see it. So basically, they do exactly like they do in in Persona 5, like they do in Japanese. They have a huge sheet per degree. We'll say degree. So I have a literary degree, literature degree. Per degree, they would give you a list of every grades per alphabetical order, and they will give you your grades and your mention. So not by grade, like the better on top and the less under it. It was alphabetically. And usually you go to that reveal of the grades. It's outside of school hours. You are definitely in the middle of your summer break. You go there to see your results. It's not online. Not yet, at least. So if you wanted to see them first, you went in person. We went there with my parents. I was like, oh, nice. Literally the second best grade of my class and technically of my degree. I was the second best. I was like, oh, cool. My mother was sobbing. 3.5 is good though. Wait, no. I think that might be 3.75. That is better. That is definitely better. Just to be clear, I finished my degree with a 2.26, I think. Oh, I was an overachiever. Today, if I had a child going through high school and getting to that part, I would be like, just get a passing grade. It means nothing. I was second best of my class. It led me nowhere. Nowhere. I can't brag about it. It means nothing. Just get a passing grade. Unless you wanted to go for some specific education that really cares about this, nobody gives a shit. It's just bragging rights for like a month or two after receiving your notes, and that's it. 2.0 aggressively not good but not bad. Passing. Is it passing? No idea. 2.0 is a C average. So I guess it's like a 12, maybe an 11 out of 20. Maybe something like that. C gets C's get degrees, one of the realest teachers I have ever met. In the French education system, you are encouraged to get the highest grade you can. Passing grade is not acceptable usually. Yeah, you pass, but can you really say you passed if your grade is not good? That's the mentality here. It's horrendous. It's useless. And then when you need to go to higher education, you're left on your own, like genuinely. And if you have the misfortune of being like me, more on the liberal side of studies, aka more on the books and arts, they basically gives you absolutely nothing. We had classes at the last year just for orientation. I think we've all been there. They see your grades, they see each grade you have for each class, and then you talk to them. You tell them what you kind of want to do, what you're interested in, and they like suggest some type of fields to aim for. Because you're at the stage where you're starting to get wishes for which schools you want to go to, right? The minute you say you want to go to something that is not teaching in literature, they don't know what to tell you. Remember that conversation we had when I told you that I dropped out of university because all they gave me as an option was teaching to aim for a master's degree and then the contest for teaching. That was exactly the same in high school. Exactly the same. They didn't want to hear anything other than teaching. BRB, it's thundering here. Ooh, be careful of your PC. Show the rain who's boss. Tell the clouds to quiet down. Image of the grandfather from The Simpsons screaming at a cloud. But yeah, and then they have the goals to tell you, see, art is not a good place to be. You're not getting money. Well, yeah, I had no support system. None of you fuckers know how to orient artists. And it's still the same here, like at my age now, trying to talk to people because we get financial aids when we don't earn enough. And when you get there, usually they're still trying to get you a job, right? They're trying to orient you still and like use their connections, use whatever other company they have that is there just to orient people. They're trying to do that to you. You start to talk about literature or arts, they're lost, completely lost. What's a failing grade over there for you? 10 and below. I think if you hit 10, it's passing. Anything under it, it's considered failing. So a 9.8, a 9.9, that would be a big blow. Usually they try to get you to pass. If your real grade is 9.9, they will give you a 10. But yeah, us, it's out of 20 every time. So if you hit 10, the middle ground, the middle grade, you're passing. Unless they go look a little deeper, that happens, and they see why you got a 10, and if they consider that what you learned is not enough, like what you retained is really not enough for the next year, you're going to be lost. They will fail you. It's not really about grades. The grade is representative, but they go a little deeper to see what you retained and how would you fare in the next class. I think it's time to say goodbye. I'm starting to fall asleep, which is supposed to be good, but I still have work to do. I did some tremendous um advancements. I'm losing my vocab, but I did advance pretty well. I did some good work yesterday. So I need to continue on that slope. I need to continue. Never give up. Never back down. So I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I'm happy to see you've been more invested in the story today. It makes me happy. And I hope to see you, whether it's almost the same type of enthusiasm or not. We all have our days. I hope to see you tomorrow. Even if it's just to say hi, it makes me happy when people just say hi. A D would be a 12, a C would be 14, B 9, 18. Wow. So a 10 would be close to an F. But our just as a closing observation, our tests, for having seen some tests they give you in America, Our tests are way harder. So yeah, it might sound like a grade under a D, still being passing, is a bit lenient. The standard is higher. And if you go to Morocco, believe it or not, it is even higher than France, the standard. Like if somebody has a great grade in math in Moroccan school, I was in the French school in Morocco, so that's not me. But if you were in a Moroccan school and you were good at math, you could never compete with them. They usually end up working abroad and be like super, super important to the team. Anyway, I will leave you there. We'll be glad to still talk about that kind of thing later, another day. But yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to take care of yourselves. Drink some tea, maybe something warm. Take care of yourself, moisturize, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.